How you doing, Sid? I'm all right. Preparing to have a painful drawing session today. Why is it going to be painful? What are you drawing with blood? Mer, 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 mer. Ad's-licious, dude. Delicious. Coco's suffering right now in ad hell. Good, Coco. Enjoy. Consume. Because I'll be shading, and shading's always painful. Is it? I think for me, coloring's the most painful thing. Actually, no. You wanna know what's really painful? It's backgrounds. And like I think the pain threshold for something that you like, the more painful a thing is in art, the more I should probably be doing it, you know? Okay. We're getting there. I got the leg cross. Everything's coming along slowly, slowly but surely. I've been avoiding backgrounds since the first day I drew, bro. Yeah, I mean, shit. Choking on my own spit. Yeah, I haven't done background since college, really. I think I had one stream where I did like a background. Other than that, I haven't really done any backgrounds. I've just never been interested in doing backgrounds. Usually there are departments for that. I think if you work in Japan, though, they kind of do their own layouts, but I don't work in Japan, so fuck it, whatever. All right, I gotta drop the Discord notification, and then we'll get into doing what we're doing. Coco, you should be free from ad hell now, I'm pretty sure. You're safe for another hour at least. Okay, the idea now is as he lands in the water, I'm gonna have him stretch out a little bit into like a little bit of a bullet shape. Sort of comes in like this, and now he's gonna ball up and he's gonna stretch out. So I gotta do the stretch pose here. I haven't actually done the arms for it. But I figure I'm just gonna do them on this layer. You know what? Normally I would do a little bit more layer management, but I feel like we've come so far. Things have been going so good. Why even bother? We're doing well on this scene in particular. The other two scenes I do think I want to work again, but you know, where is scene 7? There we go. This is scene 7. I want scene 7's timing to line up because I tweaked some stuff. I tweaked frame 18. I guess that's. I tweaked. Where, no, wait. Where is it? Frame 98. Frame 98 loses one frame, and then the following frame after that. So frame 98. 98. No. This one. Delete frame. Delete one frame. Delete frame. Delete one frame. Okay, now do they line up? Yes. No. Why don't they line up? What's off here? Ah. This is actually on ones. I didn't realize this was on ones. Well, we're not gonna have it on ones. Let's add a frame here. Nah, the shady stuff is the good stuff. Likewise, we're like the gym bros who don't do leg day. That's sort of what it feels like, to not do backgrounds as an artist. It's like not doing leg day. Speaking of, guys, I've been saving talking about this for a while, and I think a lot of people who are here probably don't even know about this because it's if you've only been around for the past like month or two, you probably I haven't talked about it very much, but I have had a shoulder injury for the better half of almost 2 years. I guess like since December of 2023, so I don't know how long that is, almost 2 years now. And this last year, I've made massive progress on my shoulder injury. The first year, I just could not get anything done. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't know what was going on. It was really bad. I had to cut some streams off just because of how bad it was. And then as of this year, the last 6 months in particular, I have really like drastically improved to the point where now I'm back to weightlifting. I'm not doing a lot of pressing movements. I'm not doing a lot of pushing movements. I am doing legs. I am doing back. I'm doing posterior shoulders, so like a lot of rear delts rather than front delts. I'm doing pulling exercises. I'm doing arms like triceps and biceps. Still no pressing. I use cable machines for my triceps because it's just easier on my shoulder. But around January, I think I'm gonna get back into pressing. I don't know how many of you guys know this. I used to work out religiously. So before streaming, my obsession before streaming and animating and drawing and all that stuff, do a jiggle, do whatever, dude. Do whatever. What up, Blue Raz? How you doing? Before streaming, I was a little bit obsessive about working out. I was not to suck my own cock or anything, but I was pretty jacked. I'm not gonna lie. It was like I never actually did 1 rep maxes, but like if you calculated my 1 rep max based on my sort of my 12 rep sets, I was probably hitting around 235 to 250 on bench in that range roughly for my 1 rep max. I was in the 300s, easily like high 300s on my squats. I didn't deadlift because I worked out at my dad's place at the time and I didn't want to damage the floor. But I had like I had like a like over a 2 plate RDL. So I was in pretty good shape. And then I stopped working out for the last year and a half, 2 years. And it fucked me up, dude. I got really fat. Well, I didn't get really fat, I guess. I got fatter than I was. I probably put on about 25 pounds, roughly. I lost a lot of my muscle. And just the last couple months, I've been able to start working out again, and I'm starting to see things come back, and it's coming back way faster than it took to put on the first time. It took a few years to get like to those levels, but it's coming back like so fast now, and it's really, really, really motivating. I'm very hyped. I don't know. I'm very happy to be able to work out again. It's not going to take time around stream. I'm going to build my workouts around my stream. Doesn't mean I have very little time outside of streaming, but yeah, it's been good for me. So I'm very, very, very happy to be able to work out again. So that's a little bit of positive news, I guess, because I really was doomer. Like if you talk to sort of my friends, and even there were probably some stream segments where I was like, man, am I gonna just be fucked up for life, dude? Like, am I never gonna be able to lift again? Is this it for me? You know? And the answer is no, it isn't. And I managed to do a comeback when I really didn't think I was. There's a solid year where I was like, man, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm never gonna be able to do any upper body lifting again. It's over, And here we are. Here we are. I'm getting back to lifting. I'm seeing the muscle come back, and yeah, it's great. So I think what I'm gonna do right now, my plan is up until January, I'm still not going to do any pushing exercises because I really just sort of want to like build up the tolerance of my shoulder before I start doing some pressing motions, like bench press. I'm probably not going to do any dips just because it puts your shoulders in a little bit of a compromising position. But I'm probably gonna, I'm gonna do some cable flies. I'm gonna get back into doing some bench pressing around January. And then I think a few months after that, if I'm tolerating it well, I'm probably gonna go into a cut. I'm gonna slim down pretty hard, drop back down to sort of my pre-injury weight, and then from there, I think what I'm gonna do is just do a little bit of a 6 month long bulk or something like that. So I've got it all planned out, but it is nice. And then from there, if everything stabilizes, the goal is just to get back to my previous strength levels, and if I can do that, I'll be mad hyped, dude. It'll be the hypest shit ever. I'm not gonna lie. If I can get back to my previous strength levels, shit's gonna be nice. Finally, some good news. Yes, exactly. Keep talking about your giant gain. Just kidding. Happy for you. Yeah, I know, dude. I mean, it is. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. TBD on the fucking working out. And then I'm gonna have to start being the guy who just wears compression shirts everywhere. Because back when I worked out like a few years ago, compression shirts were not popular, and now they are. So I have a justification to wear skin tight clothing like a freak walking around in the streets. Actually, it would probably still be pretty weird if I wore compression shirts out in the streets. But at home, fuck it, why not? Why not? But how are you guys doing? That's a little update from me on sort of my health of my shoulder and all that stuff. It's gonna be nice to be able to, there are basically three major hobbies I've had my whole life, two of which I've taken incredibly seriously, and one of which I've tried to sort of adapt to, but it's been a struggle. And until I have more time, it's just never gonna happen. The first one is working out. I've always played sports. I've always been active. I played hockey. I played I mostly just played hockey growing up, to be honest. I didn't play a whole lot of other sports, but I played a lot of hockey, ball hockey, stuff like that. And then working out was a big one too. And then what else? Beyond working out, drawing and animation were kind of just mostly drawing were kind of just the big ones. Those were the big two for me. The exercises that I did religiously, or the things I did religiously, my hobbies. And then after that, I want to get back into learning Japanese. I just don't know fucking when I'm gonna have time. Profiling 2009 over on YouTube says, "Can you draw me anything?" I don't do requests, unfortunately. So unfortunately, no. We're just gonna be animating this today, Profiling. But I appreciate the proposition. I'm just not doing that right now, unfortunately. Sid, I guess you'll need to have a body cam to flex on your viewers. No, that's definitely not gonna happen. Aw, says Profiling. I know it's tragic, dude. A talent like mine going unused, crazy. Not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to the day I can wear tank tops and feel good in my good in them, good in them. Weird thing to read. Exercise is one of the things I hate the most in the world, but I have to do it a little bit for my health, unfortunately. I love it. It's my fucking obsession, dude. When I like didn't like whenever I take time off from work, I literally spend like half my day either going on walks or, fucking doing whatever. Pat, hello sir, how you doing? Damn, we got Pat over on YouTube. Pat, it's interesting seeing you over on YouTube. I feel like normally I see you over on Twitch. Do you like it better over there? There's no music, so you probably just hear me screaming at the top of my lungs. The reason I scream, guys, I've told you guys a million times, but it's because I have noise canceling earbuds in, so I can't hear my own voice. And if I don't scream, the music is so loud in my ears that it drowns me. I don't know. It's a weird mix, but I'm just on my phone, so it's easier to get on YouTube. That's fine. I feel like YouTube is probably honestly more friendly when it comes to ad blockers too. So if you hate ads on Twitch, look, I shouldn't say this, but if you hate ads on Twitch, guys, just turn on your ad blocking and go to YouTube, and then you don't have to watch any ads. It's crazy. Alternatively, if ever you're stuck in an ad, you could just toggle over to YouTube and keep watching me, because the ads aren't synced up. So whatever you're missing, whenever I get those 3-minute ads on YouTube, just pop, or on Twitch, you could just pop over to YouTube and then there's no ads. Well, I'm not monetized on YouTube, so if they're running ads, it's not by my choice. But do you want to master learning French? I mean, it's my first language. Like, I was born speaking French. I could obviously improve it because I've lost a little bit of my French just as a consequence of only having English friends. But I'm not overly worried about my French. Like, when I'm at home with my family, all I speak is French. All my aunts, uncles, everybody's French. So it's like, I don't think my French is going away. I think that shit's in me for life, dude. I fucking every school I went to was French. The only English school I ever went to was college. Every high school I was at, middle school, kindergarten, all that shit was all French. And I mean 100% French. Like, it wasn't an English school. It wasn't like immersion either. It was just 100% French. So I'm not overly worried about my French. I want to get into Japanese a little bit, just because it's been a goal for me to learn that language, and it's just kind of, it's not even like a thing where I want to do anything with it. It's just kind of like a challenge for myself to say that I can. I don't know. Sextra says, me too. I studied Japanese for a few months, but the hardest bit is word memorization. So many dang words to memorize. See, my issue when I was learning Japanese wasn't actually I'm just gonna play this so there's a little something going on in the background while I yap. My thing with learning Japanese wasn't even learning the language, like the words. I mostly read and I mostly listened. I didn't speak ever. So my speaking was terrible, but I could understand fairly comfortably for a little bit. I can't anymore. I'm very rusty. I can sort of pick things up here and there when I'm watching stuff, but it's been a couple years since I studied. But when I was like in my prime, like at my peak, I think I knew like probably close to like 2000 kanji, and I was reading fairly easily. But I never practiced speaking at all, so I was terrible at it. I could text, I could fucking read, but that was it. Now I can't read shit because it's so easy to fucking lose that stuff. You got to really be on top of it. And I think if I went at it this time, I think I'd probably just jump into speaking right away. And I just because I was just so not anxious. Like, well, yeah, I guess anxious, just nervous about speaking Japanese because I was like, I'm gonna sound dumb or whatever. I'm gonna have a bad accent. I don't care about any of that stuff anymore. But at the time, I did a lot, you know. So, but yeah, that's something I really want to get into. It's just not feasible with my lifestyle right now. Between like streaming, working out, having a full-time job, there's no time for language learning. It's something that really needs dedication. I need like at least like 2 to 3 hours a day to work on it, and I just don't have that because those 2 to 3 hours are going to other stuff, you know. So one day when I'm retired, one day when I'm retired, we'll get back into the Nihongo Renshu, the Nihongo studying, the Nihongo Benkyo. What up, Ori? How you doing, big dog? Hello, Pooks. What up, Zaza? That's a loophole. If I knew that, I would not sub to you. What's the loophole? What's the loophole? I was yapping. I completely. Oh, you're talking about the fucking YouTube shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is the loophole. That's the tag, dude. If you're tired of fucking watching me on YouTube or on Twitch because of the ads, you just go to YouTube and they're ad free, and you can listen to your own music because I don't have any music playing on YouTube because it's all copyright. It all gets dinged. It's going well. How are y'all? Hey, Sextra. You know Sextra? Sextra is becoming a little bit of a regular here. Okay, now I gotta do the fucking little crash landing here. So I gotta turn on my little rough layer. Where's my rough layer? Oh, I know Sextra. That sounds really. What are you saying? What are you saying there? You guys know each other like intimately? Okay, this is gonna be. We're gonna need one less frame here. Whoa, not two less frames, one less frame. Delete one frame. Delete one frame. I think I actually need to add a frame too, just one though. What up, Venom? How you doing, big dog? I keep spamming Ori's chat. Is he live right now? Are you live, Ori? Oh, you mean in a previous life? I get you. Okay, I had to do another pass here. I think we're gonna start stretching him out a little bit, just a bit. So I'm gonna make his head a little bit more stretched. I'm gonna drop the elbows just a bit here, so this is gonna start curving down because I want him to feel like he's sort of starting to stretch down. I also feel like this jacket here, we're gonna elevate it a little bit. Just because he's underwater at this point. At this point, he's almost underwater. He's touching water. This line back here is supposed to be the ocean horizon, okay? That was the intention. I think I actually need more. If I'm cutting off all this, I need a little bit more here. So we can do a little bit like that, I think. Lenny face in this economy. I'm fixing to go out soon and watch a dang movie. What are you gonna go watch? That's rare to come across nowadays. Is Lenny face a rarity? I'm not familiar with Lenny face. Are you gonna paint the backgrounds? I'm gonna do basic painting, so I might just add like blue, just like a filler. I definitely need to clean this shit up. I also really want to go back and fix the other two scenes. That's gonna be next. I just figured this is the most difficult scene in this entire like sequence, so I figured I should put most of my focus on this, which is why I've been sort of doing nothing but this for a little while now. But okay, these knees I think are gonna shoot up more, like a lot up more. This means this is gonna sort of pinch up more. This is gonna curve up. One battle after another, after another, after another, after another. Oh, that movie. That's the Leo DeCap movie or whatever. I hear it's great. I hear it's an awesome movie. Lenny Face had its peak in like 2015 or even earlier, not gonna lie. Yeah, I never used it. I've never been a big emoji guy. I don't know if it's like a millennial thing, but I've just never been big on like using emojis. I'm gonna bring the legs out more like this. I don't know why. Maybe it is a millennial thing. Emoticons over emojis. Isn't that the same shit? Emoji just means like emoticon. Moji in Japanese. I'm tapping into my Japanese brain right now. Moji means like what does it mean? It means like character, and means like drawing. So it's basically like picture character. That's why it's like emoji. And then emoticons would just be I guess the English translation would be like more like emotional icons because you display emotions on them, which I feel like they both work, but emoticons, emojis, and emotes on Twitch. That's right. They're all the same shit to me, anyways. They're all just fucking hieroglyphs. I know there's like one chatter. I can't remember her name, but she comes in here and she almost exclusively communicates in emojis, and it confuses me. It's so difficult to read what the hell's going on when the chatter's just communicating in emojis. But I guess that's the new way of doing things. That's what the kids are doing, you know? So if I want to get hip and with it, I gotta start using emojis, I think. What you know what? I do have like boomer tendencies. One of my boomer tendencies is when I use Snap, I use the fucking what are the drawings on Snapchat where it's like your little I use the Bitmojis. I use those a lot. Cause somebody told me it's like boomer, it's a boomer thing to do, so I do it out of principle now. And I think I've mastered it. I do it ironically, but it's also not ironic because I kind of like them. What does this mean? Dance, Ori, hammer, mouse. I think that's what that means. That's how I've translated it in my brain. Also, where are my freaking glasses, dude? How can I have my tits out but not my glasses on? Sup tits with mouse attached? What up? Oh wow, you think they're tits, dude? I thought you were on fucking team balls. Okay. Oh shit, I'm forgetting his ass. Okay, let's see. This might look weird. I think this is gonna look weird. I'm looking at it now. He loses a lot of volume here. I don't think I like how much volume he loses. I think I gotta bring out his fucking cheeks a little bit more. Okay. And then he's going to be a lot lower and a little bit rotated. Okay, let's try this. See how this looks. That, and then I want him doing like a stretch out. I think he has like one more balled up pose though. Okay. It's reading okay. It's reading okay. It's not reading weird. There's no weird pop or anything. The goal right now is to really have him feel like when the water hits, he gets like pulled up. And I think I got to bring it a little bit higher up actually to get that feeling. Yeah, he drops down here. What if I did like that? And then I guess he's gonna rotate a little bit. That's fine. High strangely positioned balls with mouse attached doesn't have the same vibe to it. That's true. The animation's gonna continue after he hits the water, or is it just gonna cut there? It's gonna cut. I want him to stretch out. Like, see how he stretches out here? I just want him to stretch out a little bit so you can tell he landed. But then it'll cut. I'm not gonna do like a full sequence of him in the water or anything like that. I think for the second scene though, like where he comes around this bend or he curves, I do think I want to extend that scene out to have him sort of like I might have like a zoom out where it shows him. I don't want it to do like top down because I feel like it copies the Full Metal Alchemist like opening sequence where he like jumps and then falls into water, but it's not quite the same. But like this where he curves around here. Okay, so he curves around. He goes. I also fix the timing on the curve or the spacing a little bit. So he curves around here. I don't like how that changes direction there. But anyways, he curves around. And then here, instead of cutting him off here, I think I'm going to have it extend and just have a shot of him jump. And then as he jumps, I'm going to have him in a hookup pose. And the hookup pose is going to link up basically to this. So he's going to jump. He's going to have one arm up here, one arm lower from a profile view, and then he's going to hook up here. I wanted it to transition directly into that, but I feel like that's a weird transition, but I don't really know. I don't really know. Confetti Yeti's the goddess of nail biting. Fuck no, I hate biting my nails. Dude, I gotta say, I quit biting my nails. I had a really bad habit for my entire life, where I would chew the skin around my nails, and I'm 2 weeks sober from biting my nails. I'm 2 weeks clean, dude. I'm being a good boy. Yeah, I don't know. This sequence just feels like it links up weird. Maybe not though. Congrats and happy for you. Thanks, dude. I don't have like a fucking 2 week pin or anything, but you know. So you can see how I changed things. Like if you look, you can see like the faint shadow of the rough coming through here. I had the head a lot more forward in the rough. I think I like the idea of it dragging back more though. I stopped biting my nails years ago. Now my nails are so strong I can't bite through them anymore. Is that a thing? Or my teeth have become weaker? That's another thing I'm worried about. I'm worried about grinding down my teeth from fucking biting them so much, you know, or from biting my nails. Okay, let's go into the last little stretch here. Where is my... Actually, we'll keep the rough on just because I kind of need it. Yeah, so he gets like turbulent here a little bit, and then he stretches out. So let's get this done. He's also growing in size here, which is fine. It's intentional. And then this is going to drop down. Knee's gonna be a little bigger here. A little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. I'm just gonna go real rough, and then I'll tie it down after. I hate biting my own teeth too, Snack. I get you. Is that what I said? I mean, like, I'm worried that I'm just gonna get like I always bite my nails in the exact same spot with my left front tooth, and I'm worried I'm gonna fucking like wear it down by the time I'm like 50. I'm just gonna have like a weird lopsided tooth. It's probably not a realistic fear, but there's probably a degree of it that'll get worn down, you know? Yeah, I have the same issue. My nails are pretty thick. I do bite my nails, but for some reason they're always cut cleanly. I can't quite explain it, but it always looks like I've had to use scissors to cut them. Damn, dude. You ever see the video of that dog who chews toenails? I just gotta get one of those for my hands. The dog, I mean. Oh, I'm forgetting a little bit of that there. So, and this is gonna just turn down, I think. And then this is gonna stay down. A little bit too stretched out there, I think. Like looking at this, uh, yeah, you get well. It's not terrible actually, because I do think the jacket is gonna sort of. Hmm, no, I think this needs to come up more. Okay, we got some foot size issues here. This foot grows or shrinks, I should say, a little too much. How's that looking? Better, better. And now this foot, I want the foot to sort of start bending down because here it's like really up. You can see a lot of the bottom plane, and then as it sort of comes down, so now I'm gonna just sort of have it be down here. And then we're going into the stretch. What fucking layer am I drawing on right now? Okay, good. I'm drawing on the right layer. I have a habit of scraping my knuckles against my teeth. At least I used to box, so I tell people that's why they look the way they look. What do you mean? Have you fucked your teeth up? Is it that bad? So I tried to apply what you said about volume consistency and animation, but I'm actually finding it very difficult. It feels like I'm on the right track, but I can't tell if I'm keeping the size consistent. Okay, so there's a method that every animator uses, or every animator I say should use. I'm guilty of not always using it. I kind of eyeball it. So, but the trick is basically, and I don't know if you could tell, you can't because why could you? I don't have it open right now. But I have this, okay? So what you do is you import your character design. That's what all these expression sheets are for, by the way. You import them in, and then what you do is you hold your expression sheet over the actual head and you check your volumes. So you wanna match and compare. Okay? Every like few drawings you come back, you match and compare. Every few drawings you come back, you match and compare. And then that lets you sort of course correct along the way. That's how animators professionally maintain volumes. They're not guessing it, Jadu. So don't feel like you need to guess it. You gotta match and compare. You have to. Especially in the beginning. You can eyeball things a little bit more as you get better, but even like when I go to clean this up, I'm probably gonna be comparing volumes. Otherwise, if you're straight aheading things, you risk really sort of a common mistake that people have when they straight ahead is they'll do one drawing and then they'll do another drawing based off of this drawing, and it's like a game of banana or telephone or whatever, or banana phone. And then they do this drawing based off of this drawing, and then they slowly change it, and then by the end of it, the guy's like growing in size, and you're like, what the fuck? This is a completely different point than where I started, you know? So that's why a lot of animators say straight aheading is bad. It's not that necessarily straight aheading is bad. It's that it leads you to create more mistakes, and it lets you. It's a lot less structured, and it's harder to plan things, right? But like in this case, like he's growing in size here intentionally. He's coming at the camera, so I'm making him bigger. So I'm not overly worried about tracking my volumes. I want to track my likeness more or less, and I want to make sure that my head is the same sort of shape as the other head, even if it's bigger. But that's what I would say. Make sure you're going back and you're comparing. No, there's rough skin on my knuckles. My teeth look fine, or hard skin. I don't know what it's called. You mean calluses? You've got callous knuckles? Damn, bro, what are you punching wood? Were you Rock Lee? What are you doing? I'm just gonna do a little blob here for his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, this is why it feels weird. I'm using like the wrong brush right now. I'm like, this feels so odd. And also, Jadu, you should flip often. So another thing you can do is when you've drawn something, you just toggle between those two frames, and it'll be very obvious over time. When you get more comfortable with it, it'll be very obvious where your proportion changes are. Like I can tell this guy's head is a lot wider here, so that's something to keep an eye on. Sometimes like small value stuff is like a little bit less obvious. If the motion is faster, it's a lot easier to hide mistakes. If the motion is slower and like you're doing like a head turn, let's say, it's going to be a lot more obvious. Okay? So you want to be a lot more accurate in areas where the movement and the spacing of the drawings is a lot smaller because those mistakes are going to appear more apparent. Sneeze a little weird. And I will tell you, Jadu, when I was doing the rough on this, like my initial rough pass, I was going back and checking my volumes and my values and all that stuff. So having my rough base means I don't have to rely on it nearly as much when I'm doing my tie down here. But it is something I did, so don't assume that I just sort of guessed everything perfectly. There is a slight difference in like my ability to sort of eyeball shapes, but it's not gonna be perfect. And I think you still like even if you get really experienced at sort of copying and getting proportions right, you still probably should be tracking your proportions. Glacier Pops, we back. How we doing, dude? You're making me blush right now, dude. I'm over here fucking kicking my feet. You are okay. Legitimately, outside of my regular viewers who come from Twitch to watch me on YouTube occasionally, you're the only YouTube chatter who's come back ever. I'm honored. Okay, let's see how this looks. It might feel weird. It might feel a little poppy. I like it. I want it to feel like it smacks the water. So I want him to be a little sort of disjointed when he hits the water. Yeah, I think we've got too much growth, too much size differential here. Yeah, he grows too much. Grows too much. I'm gonna change my proportions down. And now this is what I'm saying, Jadu. I'm gonna go over my previous one, and I'm comparing the two here. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, this feels like it reads too. It's too jarring. I need to make sure he's a little bit more on model. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a little bit of that. I still want him to grow. I just don't want it to be as intense. It was too much. So now look, I'm going over. Look at that. My volumes are pretty good. You know, where was my original position? Around here. So I'm gonna drop them around here. How's that going on an arc? And then I'm checking my arcs. So I'm checking my arcs. Right now, if I drew like a line here, my arcs are basically like this. So, and I'm tracking the outside of him. When I'm tracking my arcs, I'm mostly tracking the outside. So all the lines on the outside. The inside has arcs, but it's not gonna mess you up nearly as much. So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at like where the toes, knees, and stuff are going. Does that feel like an arc? If it looks like this, okay, if it feels like it moves like this, it's gonna read weird. It's not gonna be nice. It's not gonna feel nice. Glacier Pops, I'm not afraid of commitment. Just kidding, I kind of am. Well, don't worry, dude. I won't call you after we fuck. It's all good. So I'm watching these arcs. I'm just going to undo all this. And I feel like since we have those arcs, it should feel a little smoother. Still feels a little weird to me. Still feels a little weird to me, and it's because... I think it's because I'm getting this feeling of like my arc going like this. And you could feel it when you're looking at the motion. The arc kind of feels like it just jumps from here to here. And it's not right. It doesn't feel right. Yeah, and the solution to fixing that is just going to be probably, maybe not always, but it's because the head, if you look at the head, it goes sort of like that, and then that, you know, no bueno. So I think if I move him over here, it'll probably feel smoother. Yeah, look at that. That arc is going to feel a lot smoother. Venora24, I hope they won't kick my letters here. No, I just won't be able to read them. I mean, as long as you, every now and then, well, as long as you're more often than not speaking English, I think we're good. Don't worry. Try not to pop off in Russian too much, though. Yeah, see, that feels a little smoother, but it doesn't read properly. It doesn't read like he's having a big stretch. It's not enough. Glacier Pops on YouTube says, not gonna lie, last night I was thinking about how you got into art, and I'm hating my college even more now. I want to drop or transfer. How I got into art? What do you mean? Cat Atumba. Cat Atumba, welcome in, welcome in. Or you think about how you got into art. What did I say? What was the thing that got me into art? For me, it was a mix of things. Mostly trying to reset my life, but... I've been getting into trouble for my words since the third stream. Well, not here. Because you're a first-time chatter, so it's not possible. There's no way I got you in trouble. Katatumba, how you doing? We're just animating right now. I'm trying to fix this little pop I have at the end of my animation here. I think something like this might help. Yeah, it still feels weird. I think he's losing too much volume. It's because he dips down here. I think if I have him go up and follow this curve, it's not going to feel as jarring. Feels better. Still doesn't feel like he's getting slapped in the water, though. You were talking about art school, I think. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, look, I will tell you guys, there are lots of benefits to going to art school. You do lose your natty card, so you're no longer self-taught. Or you can't allege to be self-taught, because everybody will tell you, well, you went to art school. So you're no longer natty, Glacier Pops. I'm sorry to tell you, okay? You've lost your natty status. But beyond that, there's tons of benefits, especially if you're in an area where you have like a robust network of professionals. Make friends, dude. The best thing you'll get out of art school, guys, is networking. Networking, you'll learn a lot of fundamentals too. Your art skills will improve. Okay. You're going to have to put in the work though if you want to see real improvement. But if you want, like, the best thing I got out of art school was my social circle, my network, and my access to industries. Okay, and you can't get that on your own. You really like schools really are great funnels for getting into industries, but you have to set yourself apart, dude. You know, you lost your Art V card, Artginity, perhaps. No, I think it's more like natty status because everybody, whenever people talk about like art school, they talk about it sort of like bodybuilders who use steroids. You know, so it's like you end up basically like if you go to art school, you're no longer self-taught. So it's like you're no longer natty. I'm gonna start calling myself lifetime self-taught. That's good. I should change my profile to lifetime self-taught and be a fake natty. Does a shitty liberal art school count as losing my natty card? Unfortunately, look, just because you didn't like the interaction doesn't mean it didn't happen. You know, so that's a horrible thing to say. Why did I just say that? Cut that. I wish I had a button right now to fucking undo some of the words I say. I'm gonna shut up now. That wasn't supposed to come off the way it sounded. So you're gonna be the liver king of art? Less mentally ill, hopefully. Okay, let me tweak this a little bit. That's the thing. There's really no fun art friends at my school. I'm so lonely. That's how I ended up here. How long is your program? Is it like a degree? If you get a degree, that's still worth it. Like I just want people to draw weird as shit. You just want like friends that draw weird shit. I mean, the internet's probably your best bet for making friends who draw weird shit. I will tell you, Glacier Pops, socializing online is also a fantastic way to network. So like I have tons of friends who worked on like very high profile projects just through being active in communities, talking to people, getting to know other people. You know, it's great. And I think, in the future, it might not feel like it, guys, but there are aspects of sort of work ethic that can be reflected in communities too, right? Like when I see people like asking for critiques and then applying them and working hard, I think like, man, this person in the future is they're gonna be going far. And if ever I'm in a position where I have the opportunity to recommend somebody and I think they're at that level, I have no issue recommending some people that have like grown through community or through my friend groups or whatever because I know their work ethic. I know that they'll apply themselves, and I know they're not going to taint my reputation if I refer them. You know, so not saying that I'm going to refer anybody from chat or anything. I also don't work in the industry, so my sway is very little. But I'm just saying, like I got my job through a teacher at school. I have friends who have gotten tests on cool shows and stuff like that, and worked for cool shows through word of mouth. Everybody I know that like has gotten a job has been kind of through word of mouth. I knew a director for a popular show through college, and she helped get me in the door to like the studio as well as my teacher. So that a lot of opportunities sort of pop up through socializing, you know, and just recognize that even if you don't feel like you're at a level, you might be. Yeah, I'll hold out to finish. I guess I'm close to finishing anyway, so I'm gonna have to up my Discord game, is what I'm hearing. Do I go for Discord kitten or Discord mod? Definitely Discord mod, dude. I'm not taking any auditions for Discord kittens right now. It's not really my style. Can we all agree that French fries doesn't need potatoes? Can we all agree that French fry doesn't need potato? What are they gonna be made out of? What should they be? What are they? I'm confused. Yeah, this feels too. It felt nicer in the rough. Why did it feel nicer in the rough? Let me get rid of this clean here. Let me just look at my rough. Why did it feel nicer in the rough? I gotta look at my own thing. Maybe it didn't actually feel that nice. Like meat fries? Meat fries sounds awesome, not gonna lie. Isn't that just pure oil? Yeah, oil and salt, dude. This guy just wants a bowl of oil and salt. Water doesn't need hydrogen or oxygen. I mean, whatever. How long till we get to the fun splash animation? I don't think there's actually going to be a splash animation because if you look, the splash would appear at the surface, right, of where like he lands, but the horizon is going by so fast that he's going to be below the water. There's no time to actually like he hits the water here. If I did a splash animation, it would probably just distract, and he's moving so fast that I mean, you could do bubbles, I guess, coming off of him. That would be the alternative, but I don't think there's going to be any. Oh, I see. I think my arc is a little different. I see. I see. Okay, let's try that. Where's my clean? Or my tie down, I should say. We got that. We're gonna shift that over. Whoop. No, I'm going to my clean. I need to reduce the opacity on this. It's too fucking distracting. Dropping a quick lurk, enjoying the work so far. Thanks, Young Con. Welcome in, big dog. Where the Okay, let me drop that. I'm gonna change the arc. I think right now the arc is a little too flat, but is it nudity if I draw a cat? No, they've got hair. Hairless cats though, I'm banning you, okay? If I see any fucking cat nipples, dude, you're out of here. So fast. Bubble animation? I ain't doing none of that. Okay. We're gonna change the curve. I want a fun water splash. Water's my favorite art in any medium. Actually, I don't even think I've ever animated water. Ever. I think it would be honestly, I don't know how difficult it would be to animate water. My instinct tells me that it's probably pretty fucking difficult, but I think if you want to emphasize the inhumanity of the character, you can do it without clothes. What kind of person would walk like that? What do you mean? What you talking about, Venora? I love hairless cats, dream pet. Don't you have to fucking oil them up? You gotta fucking collect baby oil like Diddy and shit. You gotta fucking oil them up or they get all dry. Oh wait, no, I don't want to change that one. That's not what I want to do. That. Okay, this is gonna shift over. Fuck, I don't have the arm layer on. I think it's in response to the question I asked earlier. Oh, okay, let me read it. Quick question: does it still count as nudity if you're drawing a character that isn't human who takes a humanoid form? I made a character that's a slime that transforms into a woman, but I don't know if the slime appearance negates the nudity aspect to it. If you're talking about specifically for my Discord, I just said just don't draw nips and puss, dude. That's all I ask. No nips and puss, and I think you're good. That's all. Easy. Snag got to up his game and reading chat. Well, I got two chats to read now. I got fucking. Oh yeah, no cocks either. I feel like that was obvious. No big floppy penises in my Discord. Beyond that though, you're good. But yeah, I got two chats to read. I got YouTube chat with my one new favorite YouTube chatter, Glacier Pops, and then I got Twitch, which is very active, and then I got to look at my fucking tablet and actually draw shit and keep track of what frame I'm on and all that good stuff. I'm all over the place. It's crazy. Streaming truly is the hardest job, guys. Okay? And then second is motherhood. We've talked about this, but that's the order. But yeah, Venora, I think if you want to emphasize the inhumanity of the character, you can do it without clothes. What kind of person would walk like that? I think they're mostly talking because they want to get feedback on their work, and I think the reason Jadu brought it up, presumably, is so he can post it in the Discord and not get banned. But yup, oiled up, and you get put into them clothes. I don't want to oil up my cat, dude. I don't know. I feel like my cat should just be independent. If I wanted to oil something up, I'd get a dog or something, you know? Something that deserves more work. I'm not a big cat guy. I don't hate cats. I'm mildly allergic to them. So, and I don't, I've always grown up with dogs, so I'm biased. But dogs are the superior creature, in my opinion. Humbly, of course. Ah, nearly go away on a technicality. Why do you have to remember Cox? Snack knows me so well. That's right. Cock on the brain. I knew that, Jadu. Okay. Where's my rough? I gotta go back to my rough. Scene. I think this is it. Yeah, this curves out way more. So it's gonna curve out this way. Let's check the spacing on the head. Pretty one to one for what I have in terms of proportions. Then a huge jump here. Something like that. Then something like that. Okay, let's check that out. Let's see how that works. I don't know if it's gonna work. It might just feel really poppy. Yeah, it just kind of feels really poppy. Looking over here for one chatter. Should I feel shamed or proud of being the only one here? You're on a pedestal, dude. You're my YouTube king right now. You might actually hey, you have the opportunity here to do a funny thing, Glacier Pops. You have the opportunity to be a day one YouTube chatter. Think about it. If you're here like a year later, and when I'm big and famous on YouTube, you're gonna be that guy who is the number one YouTube guy. You know? You have the opportunity to be like I knew Snack when he had no one. By the way, I have one question. Why does a mouse that is clearly male have breasts? I'm glad you asked that question. Because I don't normally have breasts, Benora. So I am a man, okay? I normally don't have breasts, but what happens every day is somebody comes into my chat and then they do this redeem, okay? I'm not gonna do it again, but if you redeem do a jiggle, if you redeem this, okay, then it makes me spawn breasts. I just always forget to turn them off, and then everybody just thinks I have tits all the time. But no, I don't have tits. Make him the only YouTube mod he can assert his authority over there over himself. Yeah, just self-disciplining. Boba's a YouTube mod. I think Boba actually unironically watches YouTube because he hates my music choice. But why isn't your mouth moving when you talk? Uh, Fantastic question. My PNG tuber just crashed, so let me restart it. Sometimes if I don't restart it before stream, it kind of just shits itself. But also went out to feel the addiction. Found a new DC comic called Sandman. Tried to read that last night. Felt like a hallucination. Not sure yet. Wouldn't Sandman just be like a fucking ripoff of like the Marvel like Spider-Man villain? Or is he like Sand Guy or something or Sand Dude and it's totally fine? Zazaza. I can't read any of that. Suddenly, that's all I got. Ah, Snack disappeared. I'm coming back, guys. I'm coming back soon. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. I'm gonna go get some water, a little snacky poo, while we wait for the PNG tuber to load, and I'll BRB. And I guess if you're over on YouTube, you don't have ads, so you just get to sit in silence while I disappear for a couple minutes. BRB. Fuck. Alright, chat, I'm back. Did you guys miss me? I hope so. I heard we got a little follow. We got a little follow. Who followed my ass? Let's take a little look. Zero is Mix. Thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. What up, Frisky? How you doing? Well, let me guess. He went to piss. No, I went to make a fucking banana and peanut butter wrap. All right, I'm not just a piss machine. I'm more than just a man who pisses. Okay, I do more than that. I wasn't pooping either, Dizzy. I was making food. I was sustaining myself. I've been on this fucking powdered peanut butter tip lately. Glacier Pop says the Sandman comics like Batman but with sleep drugs. Why do I have to suffer in silence? Because you're special, dude. You're unique. God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. Everybody knows that. Poo isn't food, you weirdo. I wasn't pooping. How's everyone's mood? How's life? Fantastic. How's your life, Venora? But yeah, guys, I've been on this fucking powdered peanut butter kick for a while now. It's great because it's basically just dehydrated peanut butter. You can control your sugar content, so you can add as much or as little sugar as you want. And I just sprinkle a little cinnamon on it. I threw something into critiques when you have a minute to take a look. All right, I'll take a little peep once I'm done eating. Mm-mm-mm. I shall just look at it now. Okay. I'll tell you some fixes that I think could help in a second, okay? Also, the reason her hair looks off, Jadu, and I'll bring it up on stream, but I love peanut butter. Only reason I'm alive in college. Glacier Pops is living in a different fucking time zone, dude. Every time I say something, you're always like 5 minutes behind. And I guess you'll see this in 5 minutes. I do love me some peanut butter, dude. Peanut butter is going to be one of the best tasting things ever. Honestly, being allergic to peanut butter is such a curse. I can't imagine it. If you guys are allergic to peanut butter, just know I feel for you, all right? Genuinely, I do. I'm gonna go. Need family time. Be back in a sec. All right, go do your thing, big dog. Go do your thing, GP. You know, I'd really like to do animation, but I'm afraid it's too late. I've spent half my life dancing. Nah, it's not too late. I started drawing when I was like 23. Okay, you can start whenever. Well, I was probably like 22, but it reminded me of a meme I saw today. I wish I could unsee it. I'm allergic to you, but I still hop in when I can, and I appreciate that. Honestly, I'd make the case that dancing would help you animate motion easier. Probably, yeah. Okay. And as a result, now I have a chance to break my legs because of problems with them. It's too late to change anything. Yeah, but your arm still works. So why don't you start drawing? You know, and give your legs a break. A break. The reason I got back into streaming was because I had an injury and I wasn't able to, do the things I loved anymore. So I found an alternative. Don't give up on life, Venor. You know, you can always you're adaptable. You're a human. You're incredibly adaptable and you're incredibly strong. And I believe in you. And I think you can do it. All right, so don't sell yourself short. Give it a try. Two characters, page one. Number one, I'm hungry. Number two, I got to poo. Page two, they look at each other. Stop. You're so sick. Ugh. Okay. How's the shoulder been, by the way? Oh, you missed the update at the start of stream. It's fantastic. I'm back to lifting. I'm not doing any pressing or anything like that yet, but I am doing a lot of pulling motions. I am doing pressing motions with my triceps. So I'm doing arm work. I'm doing a lot of rear delt work. Not so much like front delt or side delt, but it's improved. I think by January I'll be benching again. So very excited to look forward to that. All right, let's take a look at what Jadu posted. Jadu is saying, let me copy this image. Jadu's saying, here's the breathing practice I posted before. Now I'm practicing putting an animation on model. The character is a slime girl, so I don't think everything about the physics of her would be accurate to normal people, but the hair does feel a little bit off, and I can't explain why. Any tips would be super helpful. Well, I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly why. Let me pull up the fucking... God damn it, dude. I just need a blank canvas. Let's do this. Whoa, this is so long. Okay. Come on, you fucking thing. All right. Massive, bro. All right. We're just going to work in this orientation for 2 seconds. We're going to shrink this down. Like, my canvas is fucking huge, so... Oops. I guess I had to flip vertical. I'm going to have to remember that. The reason it looks weird, Jadu, is because of symmetry. You're doing you're making shapes too symmetrical again. So if you look at her hair here, and if I draw sort of a map around each individual hair here, look at the width on this. Look at the width on this. I mean, I'm not going to exaggerate it. Look at the width on this. This one's a little wider. There's not enough shape variety here. Okay. Compare that to somebody who has bangs. Let's find a classic character that has bangs. Everybody knows this character. Sasuke Uchiha. Let's pull him up real quick. Let's pull up Sasuke Uchiha. Famous Naruto character, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at his bangs. Now, he's got a lot of symmetry in his bangs too, stuff that I would probably correct if I were giving revisions to Kishimoto Masashi, but I'm not. I'm giving them to Jadu, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and ignore some of the symmetry and also explain why it works. So look at the shape variety on Sasuke's hair here. Also, I know his name's Sasuke. It's just very fun to call him Sasuke. I shouldn't have explained that. I should have just let you guys suffer. Anyways, so look at the shape variety here in design. So these shapes are, yes, they are the same, but look at the sort of the difference in sort of these, how this shape creates like a little bit of a more dynamic, a larger shape within it. And then this one sort of has its own thing. Like, it feels like these are sort of part of the same shape. Granted, I probably wouldn't do this. I would probably vary it up and probably have, like, one, I don't know, maybe, like, over here. Or, you know, curve this one out, make it a little bit bigger. But essentially, if you tweak these around and you make the sort of the shapes a little bit less even in their pattern, I think you can get a little bit more appeal in the design. Like, I'm looking at this shape here, okay? And like the spikes here, despite the spikes being the same shape, okay? The way these shapes are arranged makes it feel a little bit different. So this feels like almost like a medium shape here. This I would say is like a small one, and then this is like a very large shape here. I guess you could include this little spike in this too as like a general shape. These are sectioned off in ways where they feel like there's a combination of large, medium, and small, whereas yours don't have that. And I think that leads to the issues we have. Did I just draw on your thing? I did. I'm so naughty. Okay, I'm gonna do it on this one then. So we're gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this one. We're gonna leave it where it is. This one, I know your goal is to have it cover the eye. if that's the case, maybe what we'll do is we'll have a larger glob here. Maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. And if it's falling on the face, I'm just trying to think of like how you can vary up these shapes while keeping them relatively uniform in width. Check Shippuden, Sasuke. Yeah, I know that the issue is he doesn't have the same sort of hair pattern, but he does have more shape variety in it for sure. I was using him just because he has like a this. Let's use this illustrated version a little bit better. It's a little bit better than what I have here, but it's still the same model. So if you look at these, they're separated into chunks. Like the shapes, even though the shapes are the same size, they're grouped in a way that makes them feel like they stand out within their own sort of larger shape, right? Like you could almost see these two spikes here, these two little spikies, this one and this one, they feel like they're grouped together. And these ones to me feel like they're grouped together. Okay? These feel like they're their own shape. And then this one here just feels like it's its own thing too, right? And I think having these sort of combinations of large, medium, and small shapes, it leads to more appeal, whereas yours is just sort of small, 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 all sort of the same direction, same sort of shape. Whereas if you break it up, and and I know you've got sort of these clumped together here, but I just don't think there's a strong enough silhouette. So we could try and break it up a little bit and see if we can make a more appealing silhouette here on the side. Hmm. So we're using your shape language, but we're just sort of changing the design composition a little bit. And you don't have to go exactly with this. You can change it up a little bit differently also. Oops. Why do I keep drawing this on the wrong layer? But I think that's sort of why it feels weird. It's just because of the evenness. I think having it broken down into more distinct shapes is going to make it feel a little bit more appealing. And you don't need to do this exact combination, but what I want you to just sort of think about is grouping. If you're going to use the same sort of width on a shape, I would like to see you group them in a way that differentiates them from one another. I think that'll help a lot. Hello, Shireen. How you doing, big dog? God, the autofocus on my camera is too slow for sports. I checked out your mom when I needed a reference. Thanks, man. Well, your mom just poses for me because she's always here. Flat is back. It already is. It already is, Zisha. What are you doing? You're confusing me. I don't have the boobs out. I will give you the option to replace flat is back with breast is best or whatever that fucking thing is. Where the titties at? There they are. But normally, the flat is back command is for people who don't want me to have tits. Okay, so when you use flat, I know you're new here, Ziza, but when people use flat is back, it's to get rid of the boobs. And then if you use what's the other command? Yep, misclicked. Okay, so you did want the boobs. And then if you use do a jiggle, then the boobs come out. Lose the glasses. Normally, lose the glasses. There's two options for lose the glasses. So I can literally lose the glasses, or I can lose the glasses and have them be super tiny like this. But normally, I think what we'll do is we'll lose the glasses and we'll keep the tits. Erag, how you doing, big dog? What up, Erag Buey? You're a fantastic artist. I know you are. I've seen your work before online. How you doing? we're doing a little stream. I'm gonna jump back to just sort of show off what we're working on right now. But how you doing, Arag? Also, how do I pronounce your name, dude? You've rated in here a couple times, and I was curious. Hey, the man himself. What up, Grabber? What up, big dog? A lot of familiar faces. I can't talk. I'm stun locked right now. Let me give you a little shout out. Ereg. BUI. It's just Ereg for other men in the family. What is it for the women? I like how you have gender-based titling. That's interesting. I like that. Maybe I'm gonna adopt that. Snack for the fellas. Treat for the ladies. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta workshop it a little bit, but that's an idea. But anyways, what were you up to today? I assume the answer is art. Okay, art. Yeah, last category, art. What were you up to? Snacky for NFT. Yes, NFT likes to use Snacky. Right now, what we're doing is we're trying to figure out. Well, we were doing a revision for a chatter on this page. I was talking about shape grouping because they have a lot of very same size shapes across all of these little bangs. And I was saying you could keep the same width on the shape. That's fine. But I think if you group them a little bit better, then it'll make it feel a little bit more appealing. And I pulled up Sasuke as an example because his spikes are the same width relatively speaking. There is some variety here. But generally speaking, they are the same width, but because they're grouped together differently, they feel a little bit more diverse in terms of shape design. But anyways, enough about me. Tell me a little bit about you, Ereg. You want to share anything from what you were working on today? That's true. We got Sasuke on screen. Well, we had Sasuke on screen. Now we got my stupid little animation on screen. Ugh. Barf. I know. It's terrible. While we're waiting for Ereg to tell me what he's working on, I'm gonna show you guys my little animation here. So we've been working on a little run cycle, and then jump at the end. It's getting there. There's still quite a lot of work to do on it, but it is getting there. Right now we're doing sort of the little last jump sequence, and then I'm gonna go back and fix the other two scenes. But right now, this is sort of what we got. Brother, I'm gonna go chill with my wife. Sorry it's late. Have a fun stream though. All right, do your thing, big dog. I appreciate you raiding in. All right. Have a good night, okay? Take care. But yeah, for all of Ereg's viewers, this is sort of what we're doing right now. We're doing a little animation, a little bit of Sakuga, and then from there, what we're gonna do is probably tie it down, add a little bit of color, and see what we can do with it. Animation's looking crazy cool. Thanks, man. And additionally, another thing on this channel, you guys probably saw it when you joined, but what we do here is we also do chatter feedback through the Discord. And there's no cost. If you wanna get a little feedback on your work, if you feel like improving a little bit, and you trust my ability, that's the big one. If you trust my ability, feel free to post your art in the critiques channel in the Discord, and I'll pull it up on stream, and we'll give you a little feedback, see what you can do, send you on your way to get better. Flexing their wife on us? I know, dude. I wonder what his wife calls him. Because Ereg's it's for the boys. That's probably the beauty. But yeah, so Jadu, what I'm saying is, yeah, you could group this a little bit better. I think your eye shape could use a little bit stronger form. I just don't think that it feels a little melty to have sort of these shapes that you have here. The bottom lid can conform, but like it can flex. Like there are muscles underneath the bottom lid here that would make it so that the lid can sort of tense up like this. The issue is that from a front on view like that, it's not going to be as obvious that it's tensing up like this. And if it does tense up, it's going to still have a little bit more of a curvature to it. So you can have it squint like this. That's totally fine. I would just make it still a little bit more of a concave curvature here. And you can also show it in the top lid too. And if you add these little curves internally here, you'll add some nice 3D edges to it that'll just give it a little bit more form. I find that helps sell it a little bit. When it comes to brows, do I want to give this advice? I was going to say, when it comes to brows, I'll get rid of my glasses. When it comes to brows, I typically don't like doing hard outlines on the brows. It's not incorrect. It's not incorrect. I see lots of artists do it. I like to leave it a little bit more subjective. I apply what's the fucking term called? Guys, what's that term I always bring up that I always forget? Starts with a G. Starts with a G. It's the Gestalt principle. That's what it is. The Gestalt principle. Where basically you imply a form without actually drawing the form all the way through. And an example of that, I don't know if I actually have any examples on hand right now, but essentially I did not just make it up, okay? Look it up, dude. It's a fucking thing. Gestalt principle. Essentially, you can describe forms without hard lines. And I feel like you could do that with eyes in a lot of ways by not connecting the corners, okay? Like, if you remove the corner of the eye here, the line on the corner of the eye, it's not going to make it any less obvious that it's an eye. People are going to know it's an eye, you know what I mean? The G code, that's right, the G code. Dronoko Draws, thank you for the follow, big dog. Like, even though my corners here aren't connected, you can still tell it's an eye. Like, if I mean, I'd have to get rid of your thing, but you could tell there's an eye there. Even if I did, like, let's say I did, like, a pupil like this, and I didn't connect the two lines, you can tell there's a pupil there. Obviously, it's going to look a little bit better if you bring it a little bit more defined. But it's just an example to show that, like, you don't have to always draw everything super symbolically. You can take some liberties, and you can sort of limit the amount of hardness that you have on your lines. I like to do that with eyebrows. So typically I'll do, like, maybe a line or two here, line on the bottom, you know, something like that. So you don't have to, like, have everything be perfectly connected. You can have things sort of be implied through shape here. You don't need all the lines to connect. Glacier Pops on YouTube says the toddlers have given up on the second half of their walk. I guess toddlers can walk. I think right now your face width is a little wide, unless that's your intention, but I would sort of narrow it in a little bit. I would narrow it in actually quite a bit more. If you're going for like an anime look, if we're doing like anime proportions, we're going to be a little bit more narrow on the face. G spot. I was going to type that, but I didn't know whether I was going to get timed out. I call you nuclear grabber, dude. You think I'd time you out for saying G spot? What do you think of me? Huh? What am I, a prude? Am I a prude in your mind? See, you applied it here. You applied the Gestalt principle to the lips. You only have the top lip here. I would say you could add more line weight to this middle part. Add a little bit more line weight on the corners here. You can keep them connected, but just sort of darken the line weight on the sides here. This bottom lip, I think I would like to see a little bit more of a dip like that. I think it's just going to look a little bit more like a lip. You can have full round lips like that on the bottom. It totally happens, okay, in nature. It's not like abnormal. I just feel like, generally speaking, I find lips typically sort of have a little bit more of a concave shape going to them instead of like a convex one. I wouldn't be here if that was enough to get timed out. That's true. You do test the limits of what's time outable. G string hides the G spot. Exactly. That's how you're gonna remember the Gestalt principle. Sometimes the G string doesn't need to be fully tied up, you know? Sometimes you could just have a little loose piece of cloth in between your cheeks or whatever. I don't know. I've never worn a G string, so I'm speaking purely from imagination right now. So I'm just toning down the width on the face a little bit. Width on the nose, too. I typically will make very small noses for ladies if I'm going for, like, an anime style. It really depends, I guess. If you're going, like, with, like, certain races will have wider nose bridges, like, or nose width like this. I think Asian noses do. Black noses do. So you can sort of push the nose width. The smile. Okay, so the smile here, I think needs more of a curvature to it. The reason being, why you gotta cover up your kink, cat? What kink? I just joined. What the fuck is going on again? I don't even know, dude. I don't know what's going on right now. I have no idea. I think I picked the round form because I kept thinking of drippy fluid Round shapes, if that makes sense. Okay, I get you. I get you. Like softy type like a Disney-esque thing. Like, are you going like what's that Elemental movie or whatever? Is it just called Elemental? I don't know. The one where they're like fire and water people or whatever, shit like that. Then I think it would help to sort of give her like a more like rounded sort of look. Really push the roundness if you're gonna sort of like commit to that, I guess. I don't really know. I don't really know how I would do that. I don't really draw Disney style. That's tough for me to say, but I would say if you want like a droopy, gloopy feel, give her a little bit more rounder shape design. The hell's a G string? Google it, NFT. You should give it a shot, Snack. Worth a shot. Wait, you tell me to wear a G string? Okay. What was I saying before we started talking about G strings and then I got all distracted? Okay, I see. She doesn't actually have hair on the other side here. I'm a little bit confused about this. So is the gem on the side of her head? I see she has a gem here. Fuck. I see she has a gem here. And then here the gem seems to be on the side of her. Is it in her head? It's like floating in her head or whatever. So the gem is a floating thing within her actual body. Huh. That's a tough one. I don't know how I would do that actually. I do think you have the right idea by sort of like diluting the gem color down a little bit. I think if you added more green over top, like if I had my paintbrush here, where's my little paintbrush? And just sort of washed it out a little bit, it would read more as like in her head. Because right now, it just I feel like it's a little distracting. You know, like you can tell it's in there. Hmm. I wanted to make it so they can move to different parts of her body. That's pretty creative, actually. Okay, let me rethink this. Okay, I'm gonna fuck. Actually, we'll leave that stuff for now. I'm just trying to think of how we can make this work from all perspectives. Because if you don't want to have her have hair here, we're gonna have to change this up quite a bit. Oh. I think you could add a little bit more volume to the top of the head. It does feel like she's sort of missing a little bit of her skull here. Damn, it really is a string. Yeah, it is, dude. G strings do be crazy. It's like floss underwear. Is this love? It is. It sounds like the Korean version, or maybe it's Japanese. I'm not paying attention. No, Korean for sure. Hi, twin. Yeah, but it's Japanese. It's Korean. It's not a hard sell to have her have the undercut like that, but I noticed that when I was looking up reference, a lot of slime women kind of have this balanced hairstyle, and I want to make my character more distinct. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. I'm just wondering how to execute it, you know? If you're planning on animating it, you kind of want to simplify it to a degree. I don't really know. I don't really know. All I know is that the right now the symmetry is not working. So I would sort of break it up a little bit and avoid these like symmetrical sort of samey shapes all over, or at least group them a little stronger. So stronger. Well, I'm just gonna add these here. Stronger grouping, stronger shape grouping. Stronger shape grouping. Little less color on the you want to feel like the diamond if the diamond's in the head, you want to feel like it's in the head, so you're gonna add a little bit of the skin tone, or I guess the green goop tone, over top to muddy out the red in the background. You want to really reduce the opacity on the redness so it really feels like it's in the head. Reduce opacity on gem. I realized simplification was important when I started animating. It took way longer than I expected. I thought the shapes I used were simple. Yeah, that's why if you look at anime, it's all very simple sort of shapes. It's not overly complicated. Like they're not doing a lot of detail. Unless you look at something like Haikyuu. Haikyuu, they had really high fidelity animation. They put a lot of fucking detail into their animations. But it was like it was impressive how many lines they had. I was like, man, that would be such a fucking pain in the ass. And then they redid the design for like the more recent season of Haikyuu, and as a consequence of redoing the design, they basically like I don't know. It's less appealing, but it's probably way less work. But it's less appealing in my opinion. Anyways, how about Tekkon Kinkreet? The hell's that? Is that an anime with a lot of detail? Okay, I think I've heard of this. I don't think this is simplified at all. Or I think this is actually way more simple. Like just looking at the shots right now, like the animation's a lot more stylized and unique, but the designs are still very very simple. Like if I'm pulling up like an image of Tekkon Kinkreet, which is what you gave me, like this looks to be very simple. Not like that. The like it's easy to do, but I just mean the design is simplistic. There's not a lot of complexity, right? Like I'm seeing basic shading here, a couple little dollops of color here, and then just really singular lines, very basic spikes here. It's great design though. It's great design, but I don't think it's overly complicated in terms of animation, or at least in terms of like animation design. Whereas I look at something like Haikyuu, and I think of if you have to draw like a bazillion frames, Haikyuu design. Anime. I'm trying to find like a shot. Like I look at the amount of lines being put into where the fuck? Something like this. Look at all these lines. Look at like the complexity of the shape design and sort of the shadows here. You got this, the shadow dips in, then it comes out like that. Then it does that, then it does that. All within this. There's a bunch of little lines here. There's collarbone lines, there's shadow like hatching. There's more shadows here. This line doesn't connect. This exists all in the face here. Like if I'm drawing this, look at all the lines in the hair. Blah, blah, blah. If I'm drawing this 100 times, I would much rather draw this 100 times where I just have to go bang, 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 and then just drop a flat color in, than draw this 100 times. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like animation complexity or design complexity. It's not that the like complexity means like one is more hard than the other. It's just more like one's more tedious than the other. It's going to take a lot more time to go back and forth, make sure everything's on volume, make sure everything's tracking. Because fucking up a design like this is a lot easier than fucking up a design like this when you're animating. You can get away with a lot more mistakes in something like this than you can with this because the mistakes will be way more obvious because there's just more to keep track of. That's sort of what I'm talking about. I feel like where the hair is becoming the skin on the shaved area outside of the head should be a bit wider. Are you talking about Jadu's thing? Like here, like you just mean like it should start, like the bank should start a little bit farther back. I don't hate that actually. I'd slim down the neck a little bit. If you want to make her feel a little bit more feminine, you could slim down the neck, narrow down the jawline for sure. Add more value on the top lid. Get rid of these eyelashes, okay? These eyelashes here, they're no bueno. I would just not do eyelashes like that. The reason being is because eyelashes, the way eyelashes work, so if you have an eyeball from the side here, I always do it from the side just because it's the best way to like illustrate sort of what I'm talking about. Eyelashes, when they come out of the skin, they come out down and up. So they come out like this. Okay, so from the front, if you're looking, you can't actually see the eyelash. They come down and out, down and out, down and out, down and out. But from the side, you can see them. Because when you're looking from the side, the eyelash will stick out, right? So if you're looking at an eye from the side, if you have eyelashes on the top here, all it's going to look like is it's just going to look like a little bit more of a dark line. You might have a little spike here or there, but that's about it. From the side, though, it'll curve out like this. So it's a lot more obvious from the side, which is why you usually do eyelashes on the side like this. But usually, you're not going to get these eyelashes flaring up like this. It's too extreme. The eyelash would have to be doing this. You know what I mean? And that's just not how they grow. They don't grow off the top of your eyelid. They grow off the bottom of your eyelid. And because of that, they sort of curve up like this. And they have this sort of like winged look to them. Same with the bottom ones. And what that does, it just means that it's represented as having slightly more line weight or slightly more value on female characters. So if I do something like this, I feel like if I do something like this, where the lines are a lot thicker, not the whole way through, but just sort of in certain areas, it'll read a lot more feminine. You don't need all the eyelashes there. Also, for the brow here, try to have it sort of follow the shape of the bone structure. I'd get rid of this harsh line here on the front nose. I would go real light with it. Real light with it. You can add, and then just sort of maybe like a nostril like that. I feel like Solo Leveling has quite a complex style. I do like that. JoJo has a lot of lines too. That's true. Honestly, I feel like the character design Solo Leveling, it's relatively simple. I think the complexity comes from its animation. It's possible. I haven't seen either, so I will say, One Piece, in my opinion, has very good design. Because every character, I mean, with the exception of their women, every character kind of has like a very unique shape to it. Where if you sort of stack them up next to each other, it'd be very easy to distinguish them. The ladies, not so much, but you know, that's a meme for a reason. Guilty Gear also has fantastic shape design. I really, 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 really like the shape design in Guilty Gear. But all that to say, so get rid of the hard lashes. Neck on the profile, I think, would be a little bit more curved. So you're kind of losing the chin here a little bit again. I think the nose would actually come out a little bit more. Rumi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I just checked images. Oh, sorry. Let me read the other message first. I started watching Gurren Lagann and I really like the style of it. That's true. I'm not a big mecha guy. I don't really like. I'm one of the rare people who's not a huge fan of like the mecha shots, like the crazy perspective, like ship shots. It's not really my thing, but I do like. I think it's Yo Yoshinori that does a lot of them. It's not my thing. What's up? I'm back. I hate drawing eyelashes. Glacier Pops, welcome back. Sorry if I missed your message. I was a little distracted. They're attractive women specifically. They're attractive women specifically if they want to make a character look ugly, they make them look crazy ugly. Oh yeah, they don't hold back, dude, at all. I kind of like it. I respect the bit, but you know, I get that it's not for everybody. I just checked images, and some of them are super complex, while others are just kind of normal. I think some episodes may be more complex, like how Naruto's final fight is super well animated compared to the rest of the show. I mean, Naruto's like major fights are all really well done. It's just that the reality is in Japanese animation, because everything's hand drawn, you have a limited amount of money, and the amount of frames that you produce leads to more payment, right? So if I'm telling you to draw a fight sequence, it's going to be a lot more expensive. Doing something like this would be a lot more expensive than having a guy on screen whose head is just like, whoops, whose head is just like this, and they're just like talking over and over. You know what I mean? Like doing this over and over is a lot cheaper than having a whole dynamic sequence. So it's just going to cost more money and more time, which is why they limit it to sort of key moments within the story. The Twitch follow jump scare is the Twitch follow sounds a jump scare. Yeah, I know it is. Sure is. Keeps you on your toes, you know? I saw your first half of your critique. Yeah, I see what you mean. The direction was non-existent. By the way, the pic is supposed to be a meme. Friend thought it would be funny if I recreated the recent Oni Mundo situation in the World of Tournament. Oh, for context, everybody, he's talking about the feedback I gave him on his artwork yesterday. He wasn't in chat, but he viewed the VOD, and I gave him a little feedback for readability. I don't know what he means, though. I am employed. What? I also love GTO's style of making their overreacting faces. GTO. I don't know what GTO is. One Punch Man Season 3 team getting paid by McDonald's money each month. That is a little tragic, I won't lie. The fall of One Punch Man has to be studied in history books, dude. Last OPM episode was pretty decent in my opinion. Alright, well I stand corrected. Oh, Great Teacher Onizuka. Yeah, I've never seen it, but I do like the style. Great Teacher Onizuka. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so that's what I'm going to say for now. The neck, again, I would just sort of curve it out a little bit more. A little bit more. Normally what I do, actually, with necks, especially lady necks from the side, I think typically what I'll do is I sort of link the neck to the jaw. And it's all like one piece. And then I just sort of one piece. And then I do like just sort of something like that. And then, you know. This shit makes me want to draw more anime babes. I can't. I can't. We gotta animate. We gotta animate. We can't be drawing right now. But this is sort of like a baseline of what I would say a template is for a profile view, or how I would normally do them, anyways. Maybe a little smaller on the eye, but I heard GTO have a follow-up manga with another teacher. Did anyone read it? I have not. I have not. Also, Solom Yas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Glacier Pops on YouTube says we can't be drawn right now. Proceeds to draw. It's because I told myself I was going to do nothing but animate for the next year, with the exception of drawing for the shape of designing characters. Okay, but I do miss doing illustrations, and I have been animating for like a month straight. It's getting a little exhausting. I won't lie. I can't. I can't. I gotta be a good boy. As best practice, I'll resend fixed critique later. Oh, okay, go for it, dude. Not tonight, it's 3 a.m. Damn, bro, go to bed. What are you doing? I'm not a mecha guy either. Honestly, the only mecha anime that I really liked was Attack on Titan, except they made genocide seem like a cool, edgy idea. And yes, Attack on Titan is a mecha anime. Fight me. The biological mechas. I haven't finished Attack on Titan. The idea of genocide being a good idea, reducing the population, seemed like a pretty on point trend that they had in that show. So it doesn't. I don't doubt it. I don't think you're schizoing out or anything. I could see that theme. No more anime babes, please. Oh, but we have so many anime. We have so many anime babes that we've been producing. We could maybe just one. Maybe I just draw one little anime creature. Maybe just one. Let me send this to Jadu first, and then maybe we'll just do one. Just one. It's not gonna hurt anything to just do one little anime character. You know. Here, let me send you this. Please a scam bam sis, please. I don't know what that is. By anime character, I mean just sort of like a creature of my own imagination. Giza, I see your critique. I will give it to you in a bit. I just want to draw a little bit, just because I haven't drawn like a character in a while. I've been doing nothing but animating for the past like literally like month. So I'm just gonna take a little pause, just a little one, guys, just a little one, just a small one. Just to dip my toe into drawing again. We'll draw 'em- we'll make them blue. Why not? Do you want to do Glacier Pops on YouTube says, fuck, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Glacier Pops on YouTube says, what do you want to do? A creator holiday art event? Maybe that way you could get the illustrator out of your system. Even I'm probably going to be a part of one. I don't know, dude. I'm not a big trend guy. I don't do a lot of trending stuff. Oh my god, thank you so much, autocorrect, for fighting me on that. What I was saying is, I know there's an art events happening in this December. Technically, it's November, but I see what you're saying. If you wanted to join an illustration, you should join one. I don't want to do like a full-on illustration. I just kind of want to draw like a head or something. Why animate? What's the context of this? I mean, it doesn't have to be an anime character. I mean, would you guys consider these guys anime characters? I just kind of mean something like this. I just kind of want to draw more dudes. Or not necessarily dudes, but just more people. Make it a rat girl or a rat boy. Don't produce anime babes. Reproduce with anime babes. Oh, now you're thinking, dude. Now you're thinking. True. I think because of my expectations were set low because of all the memes I saw the other day, they actually did some interesting stuff and I was impressed. Remember, guys, set a standard so low you can easily overachieve. Exactly. Big pause. What are we pausing on? Banging anime babes? Or anime dudes? Whoa, this looks great. What prompts were you using? Oh, I input when I was on Midjourney, I input samurai style of black and white line art with gray undertone, beautiful, handsome, rough sketch. If you put that into Midjourney, Milva, you'll get a really nice prompt, and then that way you can pass yourself off as a legitimate artist on the internet like me. Just use AI, guys. That's what I do. I actually haven't been drawing this animation this whole time. This whole time, this animation that we've been working on, guys, it hasn't had anything to do with me drawing it. It's actually all just been AI. This is all Sora, dude. Whoops, that's not what I'm trying to do. This is all just Sora. I said, Sora, make man run, make man fall. And then it generated in 2 seconds, and then I've been doodling on it every day, making you guys think that I'm drawing it myself. But the reality is I'm not, you know? And now we're drawn for me. Oop, not that. Not that. Not that. Woo! Not that. Oops, didn't mean to show you that. That's my girlfriend, by the way. Glacier Pops over on YouTube says, what I was saying is, I know there's a bit of that, I read that. I bought another book. Yesterday, I got absolutely catfished by the cover. Okay, maybe not fully, but it wasn't what I was expecting. I knew it was too good to be true. You're just AI rat guy. AI mouse guy, goddammit. Not AI rat guy. If you're gonna accuse me of using AI, at least call me a mouse. Do a jiggle. Silent artist, man. You know it jiggle, dude. Of course it jiggle. It do be jiggling. They are looking anime-ish. Thank you, Zisha. That's all I could ask for. I don't know, the dude on the left has a Renegon. See? It is anime. I'm a fucking weeb. Yo. Sorry, that was racist. Bro just took Sora too? Exactly. Damn, bro, even the mouse and the voice. That's true. I'm using a voice modulator. I'm like Pirate Software. This isn't my real voice. I just have a bunch of boosters on it that make me sound deep and bassy. Rat, I don't see a mod in here, so you can't stop me. You're lucky that I don't even know if there's a way to time out on YouTube. Glacier Pops. I'm worried that the only option is for me to ban you. We might have to do it, though. Might have to do it to him. That's it. Sora gives this guy boobalicious boobies. That's true. They are. Yeah, my mouse is fucking AI, too. I just hit prompt add boobs, make them jiggle for 2 to 3 seconds every time a prompt comes up. A request. I knew you weren't that good anyways. That's true. I'm mid. I'm mid, guys. I trace off stream. You guys just can't see it. I have it on a really light layer below all of this. If Snack starts using Sora, I'm setting up his channel for self-destruction. What would that even mean? Damn. Boba. Boba, you didn't... Boba, I was joking. Don't go unban Glacier Pops. Glacier Pops, don't worry. I'll discipline my mod. I'll rein him in. He's out of control. Stop self-destructing my channel, Boba. It's just a 10-second timeout? Uh-huh. You sent Glacier to the Shadow Realm, dude. Breaking news, artist traces using Sora as a rat AI character. I am a mouse, goddammit. Everything else is true, though. It's been a Sora prompt the entire time. Sora can make 4-hour videos that can be live streamed. No, I just make them, I make them before. And then I talk. That's why I'm not drawing when I'm talking. You know? I bet you just put in, make a video of an artist animating a dude who's falling, running, and shit. Well, if I put and shit, he wasn't shitting at all, so I don't really know that prompt worked too well. I'd want my money back, to be quite honest, but... Do you have beef with any other rodent species? Just rats. I don't know why. Just a vibe thing, really. Why is PP software catching strays? PP. PowerPoint? I have no idea. Disrespecting Boba like that? It's okay. He likes it. I'm sure he does. Glacier Pops, like it timed me out and I'm the only person over here. This feels like some kind of oppression. You come all the way over here to my little island just to put me in a cage. Boba's got a thing for abusing his mod privileges. It's just the way he is. It's also why I made him a mod, okay? I want my mods to abuse their power, okay? I want mod brutality. I want my mods to be feared. I want my mods to be like people to be terrified of them because when my mods show up, I want people to get in line, you know? This is not a democracy. I've told you guys a million times. This is a dictatorship. What I say goes. And my mods are just the gun at the extension of my arm, okay? When I say shoot, they shoot. They have no brains. Boba has no brain. That's why he accidentally like bans people all the time. Or times people out unnecessarily. He has no brain. He relies on me to tell him what to do. See? He just deleted NFT. I don't even know what NFT did, but I'm sure it was worth it. Wow, disrespecting Boba like that. It's not strays, it's targeted hate. They just hate me because I'm right. These 3 boxes prove it. Pirate software. Okay. What's up with mouse VTubers disliking rats? Another dude literally called it the R word. I'm a rat. Am I really that bad? I literally call it the R word. We actually had a bunch of people raid in from Mayonnaise stream the other day. Who's a rat furry? And they were all spamming the rat emoji, and it auto modded them, so they like it stuck them behind a wall. What's the difference between autocracy and dictatorship? I have no idea. They're probably pretty similar. Rat him in, Ram. Don't you mean reel him in? Is that what I said? Guys, I gotta fucking piss again. My dick is full of piss right now. It's like a big water balloon. I'm gonna be right back. This is my first piss of the stream, by the way. I literally did just go get water earlier and a little snack. So let me see when the ads are. Oh, ads are up in 18 seconds. Perfect. We're gonna run them now, and I'm gonna go drain my penis. Be right back. Did you guys miss me? What's going on? Why do we have so many people here? What the fuck's going on? Why do we have 70 viewers right now? I don't know why the rat emoji's actually getting flagged. There's no rat censor. You didn't censor it? I swear to God you did, because it's all banned. Every single time somebody spams the rat emoji, I get a fucking auto mod. Laws are threats IRL anyway, so the abuse of power is pretty consistent. I'm neutral with Boba. He's I. By the way, I answered you yesterday in Discord. I see. Drain penis kind of sounds like he's about to use a catheter. You're welcome for the visual. Yeah, my fucking dick tube, dude. I had to go drain my penis. That's how I pee. I have a little faucet. I turn the tap and then pee comes out. Horrible image. Snack caught botting. Yeah, I don't know what the hell just happened. I went to piss for 2 seconds. I'm not even here, and then my stream goes up by 30 viewers. What's happening? Guys, I gotta stop being present. I think that's the solution. I just gotta not be here all the time. Glacier Pops over on YouTube says, if you really want to abuse, Boba mod me so I can time them out back. Vicious fight between me and Boba. I don't think mods can actually time each other out. There's restrictions on that. You can't time out other mods, so it would just be like a stalemate. It'd be like two kings in chess. You'd just be fucking edging each other all day. Okay, until one of you topples over. I want an epic illustration of you fighting the rat YouTuber. Should be your YouTube banner. Me fighting Mayne. We like Mayne though. 70 on Twitch, but the most loyal, abused ones are on YouTube. That's right. My one concurrent viewer on YouTube right now. Holding it down, dude. You're fucking holding the fort. Who followed my ass? Who followed me? Why do I sound so mad when I say that? Lucas Circus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, big dog. Following me? Don't follow me. Just kidding. Follow me. Make me famous and rich, guys. I want to quit my job so bad. I hate the follow sound. No more Twitch followers. No, no. No, no, no. Glacier Pops, we like the follow sound. Zaza Redeem, speak French for 1 minute. Ok. Il est quelle heure? Il est 2h. 14h11. Je dis toujours 2h. Je suis habitué de parler de même. C'est comme. Je sais que je devrais dire 14h si je parle en français. Mais en tout cas, il est 14h11 et on va dire 10 secondes. Et aussitôt qu'on frappe 14h12, je vais switcher puis je vais continuer à parler en anglais. Donc, en ce moment, ce que je veux faire, c'est que je veux faire une petite illustration. Ça fait comme un bon bout de temps depuis que j'ai fait des dessins pour moi-même. Ça fait comme un mois straight que je suis en train de faire mon animation. Donc, franchement, je suis un peu comme épuisé. C'est- Après un petit bout de temps, comme ça devient fatigant, tu sais. Comme toujours dessiner toujours faire des animations, mais en tout cas, pas super important. J'adore le son de je sais pas c'est quoi le mot en français pour follower. D'un nouveau follower, mettons. Parle plus de pisser en français. Ben, j'étais allé à la salle de bain, j'ai sorti ma bite. Puis là, je me suis mis à commencer à pisser. Puis j'ai continué jusqu'à ce que mes boules soient vides. Aussitôt que je me suis vidé mes boules, puis ils ont l'air comme des petits raisins, j'ai pu me donner un petit shake. Follower equal abonné. Oh my god, merci, je le savais, dude. Je sais pas pourquoi que j'ai complètement oublié le mot abonné. C'est tellement comme. Mais wesh. C'est tellement comme. Fuck, c'est quoi le mot pour obvious maintenant? Apparent. C'est tellement comme. Je sais pas. I don't know. It's been a minute. There you go. There's French, guys. You guys get a French sample. Glacier Pops over on YouTube says, "Is this actual French or just sounds?" It's just sounds. I don't know any other language except the burger and freedom one, and Arabic. I mean, that's two languages, so you do. Are you speaking crap to us? I can't tell. Do you know anyone who speaks Belarusian? Yeah, Boba. Talk to Boba. Boba! You've got another Russian here. Belarusian. Sorry, didn't mean to say that. My mod is Belarusian, allegedly. Voulez-vous parler avec moi ce soir? Non, merci. We got the international chat going on. This is crazy, dude. I can't keep up. This is what happens when I speak French. It's just a free for all. Ooh, I love this song, bro. I speak 1.75 languages. Everybody got addicted to speaking their own home language right now. I'll be tolerant, okay? Damn, we got the freaking Chinese. We got the Turkish. We got the Belarusian. We got the French. We're basically the United Nations, dude. This shit's crazy. Bro, Bola Cap Basa Malay? John Maku Hijo? Amen, brother. I have no idea what you said. You like my pronunciation? Jasem Studval, Sasinu Idina Puroku. Nekadar International Bear Twitch Soberi. I'm killing this shit, dude. I'm a polyglot. Good enough. I can't attempt that, Sid. Sorry. Niemen Dair Nederland can? Kind of. Sometimes. I don't like the placement here. Duolingo ain't got shit on this guy. Bro, I'm basically like the Rosetta Stone. Yo, ton chat est diversifié, my boy. My boy, mon boy. Oh, t'es une femme? Ton nom est Lucas. Mon boy. Hey, big, hey, gros, ton chat est bien donc diversifié. Apostle Bill de Portovani. You guys better not be making me say crazy shit, dude. I don't want to end up on any lists. You didn't read mine? I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just missed it, NFT. Don't worry. Berserkin Berfarian. Sonacina Liwawa Mute. Pakoltigani Bolmenkote Lu. And then Sid just dropping a bunch of hieroglyphs. I speak a language that I can read, Sid. I have no idea what that says. Nikdi, Jasem Tamnabil, Toxi can't judge. Ale respect. Zasi nosil Sestinu Takto Dobri. Is Snack speaking Simlish? Yeah, it is Simlish, basically. What the fuck is going on? I left for a second and odd sounds are happening. Chat's just typing like their fucking language in like English, in English letters, so I'm reading it out. What's the target audience? There is no target audience. Sister, soul, sister. Ce soir, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Yo, tu savais que j'ai un négro? Wow, hey, 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 ok, Lucas, hey, chill. Chill, chill, chill. Tu fais du shit de même pis t'es banned, alright? Fuck. I'm Aura Kim. How you doing, big dog? With no music over here, I really get to enjoy the mumble singing. Yeah, I just sound insane. I told my chat, I'm like, people who watch me on YouTube just fucking hear me saying nonsense, dude, and then they think I'm insane. What did he say? You said you don't want to get banned, right? Yeah, I did threaten to ban him. I'm not gonna repeat it again. It's interesting to know that Twitch will censor French words. I should have it got auto modded, but it didn't click when I read it. I can't believe you call me a slur. Never mind. Stomvrag denkt hij niet verder dan mijn nieuwslang was duro. Was it the N word in French? Kind of. It was kind of like a pun on it. It was basically like like talking about like your knee on your leg, and then following it with the word like I grew or something like that, but present tense. But he did it sort of with nose and big in French. And if you say you have a big nose, but you reverse big nose and big, if you say I have a nose big, it's pronounced like the N word, and he baited me, and so he got a warning. Will it censor a non-alphabet character? I have no idea. Anyways, back to English. Also, where's my rat boy? Isn't he there? He's like right on screen. A short break from animation? Yeah, brief. I need a little pause. I've been animating for a fucking month straight, dude. I need a little bit of a reprieve, I think. Rats over mice, time that bitch out. Coming back to the language I barely write in. There you go. That's all you need. Just barely writing. Most Americans can barely write, anyways. Or is it literacy rates that are fucked? It's one or the other. No offense, Americans. I'm Canadian. We're basically the same. Boobs, opie. Yep. I've said boobs in English and Japanese. Can someone tell me which ones are censored? Because I can't see it. I'm not getting any automod, dude. Nothing's automodded. Maybe I should leave more often. I went to do yard work at 22 viewers. I came back and I almost doubled. Yeah, well, think of my surprise when I went to piss and then hit 70, and then I come back and then everybody leaves the second I'm back. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you for timing out Frisky. Frisky, I hope you've learned your lesson. Why aren't you making pictures move, you fraud? Bro, go do your homework. What are you yelling at me for? Don't you have class? Broad. Let a brother draw. Can't a man enjoy a little drawing here and there? I'm back to drawing. Holler if he drops the hard R word again. Frisky didn't drop the hard R word. Oh, you mean that? Oh, a rat. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was thinking of somebody else. That is a long lower lip. Here, let's. Better. Can you show your Naruto expression drawings? I think I deleted them. I don't know where I put them. Is there a way to order music, or is it a dictatorship regarding music too? It is not a dictatorship with music, Jisha. You are very lucky that I'm a benevolent dictator, okay? And sometimes I grant the power to my audience reluctantly, because some of them abuse it. But every now and then, I grant the power to my audience to request things. And one of the free trade agreements that I have with chat is that they are allowed to actively purchase song requests. And the way you do that, Shisha, is you go into the little request button, you click request song, and then you drop a Spotify link in there to your song. And then it'll queue up, so it'll be the next song that plays. And it goes in order. So if 5 people queue up songs, whoever did it first gets their song next first. And then it goes in order of who queued them up. How fucking dare you? I like them. I don't know where they are. They might be, actually, they might still be on a different file. Let me see if I can find them. They might be somewhere here. No, it's the Cyber 6 drawings. There they are. Here's some Naruto expressions. There you go, NFT. That's all you get. Oops. Oh my god, what fucking file? There we go. Did you already say what your name was? It says Glacier Pops on YouTube. I want to yell at you with a name for better effect. Is it Knack? It's Snack with an S. It's Cat Snack. But some people call me Cat, some people call me Snack. I prefer Snack because I feel like Cat just sounds like a little too like pet namey. I don't know. It's just like I don't like the ring of it, you know? If you want to call me Cat, I'm not gonna make a fuss. It's not my preference though. I'm gonna get rid of this guy. Snake, got it. Odd. This says you're a rat. Not a rat. I'm gonna send Boba over there, Glacier Pops. I'm telling you. So calling him cat, fuck, it just sounds weird because it doesn't sound like it doesn't make sense. You know, I don't like it. I assume his full name is Catherine Snackery the Third. That's right. No, not Boba. That's right, Boba. Free. It's you've got free reign on Glacier Pop over on YouTube. He's your victim. Do whatever you need to. Oops. Oops. Never mind. I'm not a mod on YouTube. I'm not streaming on Kick anymore. I just kind of stopped streaming on Kick. Free punching bag. Got to be careful about names. Damn near said my name IRL. Yeah, I definitely have that issue where like sometimes when I'm telling stories, especially when I'm like talking about myself in the third person, it happens very often where I have to catch myself from saying my actual name because I'm very worried that one day I'm gonna be like instead of saying like oh yeah like I'm just be like say so and so is talking to me, they come up to me and they say hey snack blah blah blah. I'm worried I'm gonna say my real name, but hasn't happened yet, so. Free punching bag, that's right. I don't really know what to do with this character. Don't know. I'm very torn. Honestly, I didn't think I'd want to be. I don't think I'd want to be a mod. It feels like work when I come here to chill and make mildly inappropriate jokes. Uh, honestly, there's situations where I should be a lot harsher. I think honestly that shit with Luca, I think that should have been an insta ban. I'm thinking about it now. That should have probably just been an insta ban. No warning. It's hard to make shots though when you're live. Yeah, you got to code dick commands by request from poor Turkish kittens. Wait, what Luca do? He when you guys were all writing in different languages, he baited me into saying the N-word in French. Well, not really like hard, not like a classical, but like the it's still derogatory. Okay, fair enough, yeah. Honestly, I feel like I should be more offended as a black dude, but I think I'm more impressed that he was able to lay a trap card like that. I mean, it was like well thought out. I didn't like I didn't actually no, I did say it, dude. I said it. I read it. Why I think I caught it like a second after I read it. Basically what he did was like there's a way of saying like a big nose, but if you swap the word nose and big, it'd basically be like swapping the word like grow and knee, right? Like individually, both these words just read as innocent, but if you swap the order, you get a very bad word. Okay, and that's what he did, and I didn't catch it when I was reading it. What if I just say black in Spanish? I mean, if you're contextually talking about like the color black, I've never heard you ever speak Spanish in chat, Dizzy, though. So if you did that, it would definitely not contextually make a whole lot of sense for anything other than trolling. What do you mean? Well, I never hear you speak Spanish in chat like ever, right? So if you start saying like the word in you just start spamming that, and then I'm like, hey, bro, what the fuck? And then you're like, I'm just speaking Spanish. I'd be like, huh, uh huh. I think contextually that would be like a little, it'd be a little hard to believe. Give them hair that's a beehive, nightmare fuel. No, that sounds way too complicated. I'm already struggling so hard with this. I'm falling off, guys. I was a translator for a Spanish viewer on a stream or two. Okay, that's fair. What if I say black in Czech? I have no idea what that means in Czech. If it sounds like the N word and I've never heard you speak Czech other than like every now and then, you'll probably get banned for it. All right, I gotta go now. I'm gonna go. I gotta go late night movies with a friend. So see you all tomorrow. Okay, Serna. That doesn't sound like anything terrible. Then again, I have no idea. Maybe I'm just slurring in another language. That was when she was doing her Mama Ghoul streams. Oh yeah, when Ghoulie was still streaming. Back in the day. Rest in peace, Ghoulie. I'm just gonna give him Sasuke hair. Fuck it. It wasn't for Ghoulie's stream. I mean, I don't remember, but I believe you. What if I, as a card carrying black man, say the N word? I don't think Twitch likes it, so I would advise you not to. Dude, would I give a shit personally in my own heart of heart? No. I don't really give a shit. I think for the sake of the Twitch chat, it's probably better to just ban saying the N word. I can't be doing like skin checks on everybody. Be like, hey man, you got the pass. Can you do that? Like that just seems dumb. So it's better to just like flat out say no. You can't say that. It's so hard to assume what everybody's ethnicity is. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's no way to know, you know? So you could just be spamming the N word like hard all the time, and then you could just be like, "What? I'm black," and I'd be like, "Uh huh." I know I was just being silly. I got the F slur pass from plenty of gay people, but it feels wrong to say it still. Guys, passes aren't real, okay? They're not. It's not like a real thing. There's no governing body that allows you to say slurs. You gotta send a picture of your sockless foot to be granted the N card. Yeah, that's it, dude. Honestly, if you'd like a pass, that you probably wouldn't get one anyways. That's right. It's like wanting to be king, dude. If you wanna be the king in the north, it's not the guy who wants to be the king in the north that gets to be the king in the north. It's the one who doesn't. Okay, the one who wants it the least is the one who deserves it. Why remove the thing? Why even block it? I don't know. I feel like people are talking too much about N words, so I'm blocking anybody who brings stuff up about N words. If it gives me the opportunity. Can I be the king of in your downstairs snack? No, you cannot. Wise. That's right. The wisest. What if you wanted to be king so that you could institute a social democracy and abolish the monarchy? I don't know if I'm a huge socialist, to be quite honest. That might be disappointing to a lot of you, but Glacier Pops, the no idiot pass. I mean, I feel like most people are idiots, so that one's like generalized enough that you don't need to pass for it. Hey, no Christmas yet. Give me my food holiday first. I'll wear my dunce hat with pride then. You do that, Glacier Pops. Rock that thing. I wonder, Snack, can you actually hear the music we redeem? Unfortunately, I can, yes. There are times where it drives me so crazy that I just skip it. I can't hear anything. I know, Glacier Pops, you can't hear anything. YouTube won't let me play copyrighted music, dude. Maybe one day you'll get just like a fucking Maple Story or like Pokemon like soundtrack. But for now, you get to sit in silence, Glacier Pops. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. That drugs? Never mind. That sounded like drugs at first. What are you talking about? Tell them to abandon YouTube and join us on Twitch. Glacier Pops, everybody's saying you should abandon YouTube and join them on Twitch. I say you shouldn't, Glacier Pops. I think you should stand strong. That way, I get more engagement on YouTube, my videos get recommended more, and I can actually pop off on YouTube. You're my hope, dude. You're my one hope to getting any traction on YouTube. So long as you exist, I exist on YouTube. Because I tried streaming on YouTube for like a fucking, like almost a full year. And I got nothing, dude. I think I got like 3 chatters ever. In comparison to Twitch, it was like pathetic. It was like tragic. If I did that on Twitch and nobody ever showed up, I don't think I'd keep doing it. I think it would just like drive me crazy. Talking to no one is tough. I'm Frisky. Hi, Glacier. Oh shit. We got Frisky over there. Nice furry icon, dude. That's my previous Sona. What are you now? It's okay, dude. You could tell me. I won't make fun of you too much. How long did it take to constantly have chatters on Twitch stream? It took like a month or two, maybe. Like it wasn't that long for me to sort of pick up the slack. Like I think people started sort of trickling in, and then I started getting my regulars after like a month or two, and a lot of them are still here. You know. If you keep farming people from YouTube to Twitch, you could probably become partner if you aren't already. I'm definitely not partner. Partner's pretty difficult to get. I don't think I could get partner. I don't think I've ever had like stream analytics that would suggest the partner's like realistic currently. I'd have to improve a lot or I would have to just gain a lot more viewership to hit partner. You need to have 75 concurrent viewers for like 60 days straight or something like that. Drugs was in supergroup with the singer from Chiodos and others and people I can't remember. Ah, I see. Maybe that's exactly why GP's on YouTube. Exactly. Dude, I'm gonna call him that. GP. Glacier Pops, you're now GP. I dub you. What does partner get you? I think it gets you a stronger like split of like subscribers. Doesn't really matter too much to me. I make like nothing off of like Twitch anyway, so I'm not missing a whole lot of money there. But I'd imagine if you're pulling like larger numbers, or if you have a lot more subs, then you're probably going to be wanting to be partner. Because when you're an affiliate, it's a 50-50 split. But when you're partner, it's 70-30 in favor of you of everything. So that's like bits, subs, whatever. And I think you end up you get put on the Twitch carousel, which is like, when you open Twitch, there's like the little like stream panel at the top where you see a bunch of people doing shit. You get put up there. I think overall you had 5 viewers on Twitch, including Soldier, including your Soldier Boba. I bet you he likes being called a soldier. At least from chat ranking over here. Nice Frisky. What do you think of live action movies? The thing is, I mean, yeah, but I don't know that people don't stick around on YouTube. That's the other one, right? Is like people pop into YouTube, they'll maybe say hello, and then they'll leave. That's like pretty often what I get. I also find Twitch community, people are just a lot more socially aware on Twitch than they are on YouTube. I don't know how to explain it other than like on YouTube, I get people coming in all the time and be like, "Can you draw this for me? Can you do this thing for me?" And it's like, man, if you like I feel like on Twitch in the art community, it's like very obvious that like asking for free shit is just kind of like a no-no. You know? Like you don't do that. But on YouTube, there isn't that same degree of etiquette. I've noticed that. It was like that on Kick too. There was just like no etiquette on Kick, but that I kind of expected that on Kick. I don't know why watching streams on YouTube feels completely different unless you're a giant YouTuber. It's because there's just no community engagement features. Like you can't there's no emotes, there's no redeems, there's nothing, dude. Speaking of redeems, let's get rid of these tatas. They've been out too long, guys. Me sweating after all the free critiques I asked for. No, but that's a different thing though, right? That's like my idea that I do voluntarily for my community. Okay? But the thing is, if somebody came in here and was like, "Hey, can you draw this thing for me?" I'd be like, "No, dude. It's not what we do here." All right? Yeah, we ask for jiggles like civilized people. Exactly. But I think if I set the standard for what can be asked, then it's okay, you know? But I think if on YouTube and Twitch, people just come in and they're like, "Can you do this thing?" Finally. But can you draw this thing for me for 100 USD? Maybe, but I don't really do commissions, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Cul-de-sac Saitama. This guy. I mean, he's gonna have hair eventually. I'm trying to remember how to draw. I've been doing but nothing but animating. Kind of looks like he's balding right now. Vossi Voss. Voss Vossi. Fuck. I'm gonna fuck that up every time, dude. How you doing, big dog? Can I just call you Faye? You can ban slash time us for engagement, and we got a leaderboard, but it's kind of bland over here. I know. There's nothing I can do about it, you know? If it were up to me, I'd be a millionaire, and there'd be a bazillion people here, okay? But I have no control over that, Glacier Pops. Call me whatever, Faye or Voss is cool. What do you prefer? You don't have a preference? I feel like Faye is what I'm used to, but I'm probably eventually, because your new name says Voss Vossi, slowly over time, the idea of Faye is gonna disappear in my mind, and you're gonna become Voss Vossi in my mind. Now it's Saitama. There you go, Saitama. I feel like the GP nickname sounds like a GoPro product. You go outside too much, bro. Anybody who lives chronically indoors would not think of anything having to do with GoPros. I think Voss is just easier. Yeah, I guess. I like Voss. It's my online friends call me that. All right, Voss. Oni Pixel be like, was. Huh? What are you talking about for banter? Saitama had hair, right? And he had hair like he had like the salaryman hair or whatever. I don't really want him to look like Saitama though. Just pure coincidence. Have you ever considered allowing the community to create emotes for you? I did at some point, and then I changed my mind because I feel bad about excluding certain people whose art I just don't want to like. I have an idea of like a look for my channel, and so I've restricted the art that I use on my channel to just sort of people I want to sort of represent my art. It's mostly just Boba who does the artwork for my channel. It's not that I don't like the idea. It's that I would feel bad being like, sorry, I don't really want certain emojis or certain people's like it just feels mean, and I can't like I have a hard time crossing that threshold between being like very like controlling about sort of the look of my channel and also being like tolerant of people's enjoyment and their willingness to actually do free work and produce things for me. And it just feels like it's better to just stay more in the category of me keeping full control rather than handing off that control and me having to hurt feelings. And the alternative is I just let everybody do anything, and then it just feels like I don't know. I'm a little bit of a control freak, on stream and off, I guess, to a certain degree. I know I come off very relaxed, but I'm a little neurotic, I think. Glacier Pops, I'm chronically online. Thank you very much. How do you think I found your stream? That's true. Like, if you're finding a guy with 0 viewers on YouTube, the only way you can find me is by being chronically online. Also, who just gave me a little follow there? Mythically Malaki, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. What kind of hairstyle should this guy have? Give him a big afro. He should have rat ears. I do kind of like the idea of him just being like a rat. Hoi, what up, dude? How you doing, Malaki? How you liking the snow? What's the snow like downtown? You talking to me? Is it snowing? Oh fuck. Now you are a furry artist? Too true. Okay, let me do this right. Ratama. These shapes are a little off. This ear's a little too big, I think. Let me flatten that a bit. Snack, can I draw a human version of your mouse avatar? Or is that offensive to your species? Nah, you can do that. You guys can draw me however you want. I don't care. I've had some pretty fucking insane drawings of me done. I think this ear could be bigger. Now you are a furry artist. That's true. I am now a furry artist. I'm officially a furry now, guys. No more denying it. Oh shit, that's why this brush feels weird. Are you doing any other theme portrait thingies? Which theme you doing for this? This is not really a theme. I don't know. I'm just kind of drawn. I've just been animating for like a month straight, so I'm like, I need something else. There's no themes right now, though. Just kind of freestyling, you know? Hey, Snack, are you the type of artist that has a nice, clean workspace, or does your workspace look like a bomb went off? There's like electrical wires on my desk. There's a scalpel. There's electrical tape, scissors, an old bill that I paid. I have Gorilla Glue. I have a Kirby that my buddy wrote fatter on. I have solder. I have a little notebook with a bunch of like workouts recorded in them. So it's kind of messy. It's not like dirty messy though. I have rubbing alcohol. I have a PlayStation 5 controller that I've like never used, and I have my empty coffee mug and my Google Pixel Watch. It sounds like the Riddler's Den. It sounds very specific. I solder sometimes, or I fix equipment sometimes if I need to. I will occasionally have somebody commission me to like fix their phone or something like that. I don't really do it much these days, but I did do one like not too like a few weeks ago, which is why I have a bunch of shit on my desk that I never moved. I should put it away though, because I'm probably not gonna do any for a while. I feel like the dude should have piercings or a tattoo or something. He looks like he's gonna mug you. He a rat. We do crime. Okay, we'll make his neck thicker so he looks like more menacing. He's gonna have a leather jacket. I don't like that. I don't like the position on that shoulder. We'll fix it. Give him three earrings. Three. Okay. Liberty spikes? You mean like we did with the fish boy or whatever? He's so small now that I'm looking at him. I gotta make him bigger. He needs his O anime. His own anime. His O anime. Cute Nice, subbing for 3 months. Thank you for the 3 months, Cute Nice. Damn. I appreciate you, big dog. We can fix the hair. His hair looks a little weird here. Thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. Okay, be right back, Snack. Don't if I don't catch you, have a good rest of the stream. I'm gonna be going for a little bit longer. I'm not in a rush. Give him a receding hairline? No, 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 no. Not on this guy. I'm looking at the height here. Uh, this ear strikes me as a little weird. Mostly because I think it should be behind the hair. It's Devilman. It's Devilman. Bring back cul-de-sac. He didn't go anywhere. He's been here the whole time. He kind of reminds me of that character Melody from Hunter x Hunter. Isn't that character like tiny though? He's gotta have like a smaller nose if he's gonna be a rat. This song is insane, guys. Gigantic nostrils. He kind of like. Why is it that when this song comes on, more people show up? You know, according to the multiverse theory, this guy gets his own anime by Studio Ghibli. So, yeah. There's a lot of fucking crazy universes out there, huh? Is Snack doing a self-portrait? No, if it was a self-portrait, it would look more like this. Actually, my hair's pretty long right now. I also have a mustache. That's my drawing style. That's me. It's me, dude. Hey, Dregor. How you doing, big dog? I love the no neck. The lack of chin, exactly. How you doing, Dragor? You're catching me at an opportune time where we're drawing actual things instead of, whatever else we were doing earlier. Let's give this girl we're gonna you know what, this is gonna be the theme of animal people things. I don't know. Is the nose an exaggeration or an understatement? Oh, my nose is fucking huge, dude. I could smell like the other city from here. I was just browsing through art related channels and I saw you. Shit. Little old me. You coming to see little old me, Dragor? Ain't no way. Well, I mean, I don't know if I want to do. Guys, do I do the sales pitch on who I am and what I do for Dragor? Or do we leave it? It's probably because all of the cocaine you've stored up there. Exactly. Sell yourself? Oh, in this community, if you say sell yourself, chat's just gonna try and fucking sleep with me, dude. They're gonna all start offering me money. All right, well, look. My name's Snack. I draw on Twitch. We do a lot of drawing. We do a lot of actually we've been doing a lot of animating lately. So this I'm taking a little break from animating just for today. But normally, if you show up in the next month or two, it's just going to be a lot of animation. Just a lot of random animation and random shit. And then whenever I get tired of animating, I switch to drawing. And yes, a lot of pissing. How many internal points for a night with Snack? Damn. Too many, dude. You can't afford it. I promise. I'm high class. All right. Ninu Peach, thank you for the follow, big dog. Get in here. Jay can animate. What up? Oh, speaking of somebody who can animate, how you doing, Jay? How you doing, Jay can animate? I seen you before. Where did I see you before? I feel like I've seen you in a couple channels. Much like me, you get around, you know. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm chilling. We're drawing animal people or whatever. I don't really know what we're doing, but I'm tired of real people. Animation's genuinely gonna be my goal, my downfall at the moment. How come? Fuck. That feeling when your favorite cat boy turns adult? Oh, it's a girl. Yeah, it's a girl. I mean, I guess it could be a boy. Doesn't really. It's kind of like an androgynous look. It's not super important. It could be a fella. Who just followed little old me? Who following me, huh? Benny Wee Wee? I fucking love that name, dude. Wee Wee. It makes me think. You know that creature on fucking Instagram or on Reels or whatever that always just goes like wow wow wow. I can't mimic it, but it looks like a fucking groundhog or something, and it just goes wah, 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 over and over. Love that shit. Love that shit, dude. And it reminds me of that. Can't do it. My throat, like, my voice is too deep. So deep and silky. It's impossible to do high pitched screeches. You know. I know I'll see you grow into a big streamer. I don't think so, dude. I think this is the end of the line for me. I think this is it. This is my fate, okay? I like the animal theme idea, like little animal people. That's kind of where I'm going with it. So we'll see. I gotta make her bigger though. She's a little small right now. Whoopsies. And I also gotta determine if it is a lady or not. Let's put another guy like right here. Just squeeze him in there. Yeah, that's me. Wow, wow, wee wee. How you doing, Benny? How you doing, Benny? Wee wee. I think the wee wee animal you're referring to is a rock hyrax. Oh, yeah, fantastic creature, dude. God really outdid himself with that one. I will say that and that like weird little fucking marsupial looking thing that shoots cum. That thing impressive. If you guys know what I'm talking about, there's a video of this like little fucking like I don't know, some sort of like maybe it's a mammal, I guess. It's like going up to these guys on a construction site and it just like comes on them like instantly. I know that sounds insane, but I'm not making it up. I swear to God, it's a real thing. I don't know if it's an attack. Huh? You just gotta believe me on this one, okay? You just gotta trust me. Honestly, the rat dude's cool as fuck. You can tell he's a street chav. That's right. Is he British? That feels racist because the whole teeth thing, but I'll let you guys decide since you're from Britain or the UK or wherever the fuck. Okay, well I don't. Well, it is awesome. Okay. As a Brit, I'm also not offended. Thank you. You've protected me so much today from all the cancellations. I'll allow it. Thank you, Yeti. See, I got the blessing. The Britsing. I've lived there for 5 years, near Manchester, 100% real. Damn, doxed. To be fair, the closer you live to London, the straighter your teeth are. Okay. I'm Canadian. I don't know. Fucking everybody gets braces here when they're younger. I'm watching a lady stream her painting murals on windows of holiday themed pictures. It's so great. I love it. That sounds a lot more wholesome than me. You keep going back and forth between this lady doing wholesome little paintings and me talking about fucking cum attacks. I really feel bad for you sometimes, boss. Why are you even here? I have you on my computer and I'm on TikTok on my phone with the lady? Damn. You multitasking. I could not do that. If I browse Reddit while I'm watching a stream, I feel like my brain's gonna explode. What kind of animal should this guy be? A fox? Okay. I just finished watching a semi-chill and sad movie, and now I'm hearing the vibes are different. It's vibey though. That's one way to put it. Sometimes I forget how insane I am compared to a lot of other streamers. I remember there was one time I was in Ori's chat and he was playing like you know that game. It's like I don't know if it's like where you try and guess the word on stream. He was doing that and it was a four-letter word and it was like all the letters were like jumbled up and it was like there was a C, there was a T, there was an N, there was like a U. I belted out cunt in his chat and he was like whoa and I was like oh shit I forget how insane I am. Oopsies. It was not cunt by the way, even though it should have been, but it was not. I'm eating a burrito bowl and realizing how white I really am. So spicy, I'm dying. Are you? How white are you? Do you say tortilla and jalapeno? Is that stash a drawing, a self portrait? This one here, yeah. This is my disgusting mustache and big poofy lips. I actually don't. I have white people lips. They're very thin. Oh my bottom lip's pretty big actually, but I think a lot of people would repost this on Twitter. This is so unusual. Like really serious animal people. You see tons of cat femboys and stuff, but this stands out. If you have Twitter, post it. I have Twitter. I don't think I ever get more than like fucking 3 or 4 likes on anything, dude. Bro, do it. Trust me. I mean, I will. I don't think like algorithms work the way you think they do though. What do fox ears look like? They're like kind of like pointed a little bit at the top. I'm running out of room. I gotta move these guys. Would you say you got them French lips? My lips aren't like super duper flat. It's like my top lip is kind of like I don't know, like a normal lip. It's a little thin, and then my bottom lip is kind of like a little bit bigger, I guess. This makes me look like I have fucking the most beautiful DSLs on planet Earth, but you know, you can't really see them right now because I got a giant mustache over top of it. This is literally what my mouth looks like. I'm not even joking. Oh, gross. You don't like mustaches? Come on, dog. Mustaches are where it's at these days. I get complimented on my mustache, okay? Mostly by men, but still. What does a fox mouth look like? I feel like a fox would be like smirking, but I don't know if I want to make this guy smirk. There you go. Little fox fang. What does the fox say? It like screeches, like very weirdly. Okay, let's get rid of this timeline. Let's bring these guys down. There's not a lot of room here. I'm gonna get rid of this mustache and my self portrait. I will always imagine you as a femboy. I promise. I look like the most generic white guy ever. Okay, there's nothing particularly femboyish about me. I'm not very twinky. I'm also not very fat. I'm just kind of like a normal looking guy. I'm probably I don't know. Fair enough. I liked it. It was vibey with a bunch of boyish shenanigans, and then turned sad for the last 30 minutes. Oh, the stream or whatever. Senioritis hit hard when we watched it. Senioritis. That sounds like a Spanish disease. I do remember. No, my son in slow mo though. I see. No matter the gender, a compliment is a compliment. Yeah, calling me a fucking twink. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys all think I'm beautiful and twinky and I have smooth skin and I look good in fucking dresses. None of that is true. Well, actually, my skin's pretty smooth. I don't think I could pull off a dress though. What the fuck is going on with this brush? Mine isn't growing almost at all. Like I'm almost at 24. They should already be on my face, scaring out the girls. Oh, you're talking about your mustache? Just give it time, dude. You get second puberty, like Pirate Software says. You get second puberty in like your mid 20s. I didn't have chest hair. I didn't have a lot of chest hair till I was like fucking 25, 26. When I was like 19, this is like I had like a little shitty mustache. I think I also did like the little goatee, and then I had like my hair kind of like this. And then my chest hair pattern was kind of like just like a couple little hairs here. And now it's fucking everywhere, dude. I got so much fucking hair all over my body. It's like crazy. It's like a Sasquatch. And then it's just like a line like this. The problem is I'm already balding. Tragic, dude. I've somehow avoided the Reaper. I don't know how. I've avoided the Reaper. My dad's super bald, okay? Like super bald. My dad is like basically looks like me, but he has like no hair on the top of his head. It's all like here. This is my dad, okay? But I have all my hair still for now. I don't know if it's gonna go. Maybe it will. I don't know. I hope not. I pray it doesn't. We're talking about Dead Poet Society. Senioritis is what we call it when you stop caring about school or graduations coming up. Senioritis. I thought it was like fucking senorita, but like a disease. Senioritis. So you assume things because I'm Mexican snack? Shame. True. Well, I am one of those people who says tortilla and jalapeno, so, you know. We need a very buff man, like a really muscular black male who has floppy puppy ears and a massive contract or bunny ears. I do like the idea of a A giant man, a giant masculine man with puppy ears. That does sound awesome. This brush feels like it's acting weird. I don't think it is. I think it's fine. Feels weird to me. Stop holding your bloody stylus like it's the boys' night then. That's all Boba, dude. I hold my stylus like a normal mouse, okay? Boba just made it look like I hold my stylus like a psycho, but I don't. I promise. Wallahi. It's hard to figure out how to hold a stylus with four thick finger slots. Okay, this one's gonna be sick. I already see it. I want to give him like a fucking nice. We're gonna line his shit up, dude. He's gonna have like the fucking whole wash and set. He's gonna be clean, crisp, even. Bro's a sheep now? No, he's like a basset hound. That's what I'm going for. Okay. What do puppy dog ears look like? I just feel like the ear shape could be a little bit better. Hmm. That don't feel right. That don't feel right. Hmm. It's not cute enough. Bunny ears, slightly twisted. Bunny ears. Okay, let me. Do we give them like normal human ears too, or just bunny ears? I don't know if that would look good. I really don't know. I'm torn. I think I'm just gonna go with the freaking floppy ears I got. Like what you had, just longer, thinner, slightly twisted, and more pointy. I don't know where to put them though, because they're gonna intersect the people above. It's too much. Cocker spaniel ears might work if you're looking for a specific dog with floppy ears. Okay. Let me look at some ears. Let me look at some dog ears. I need some reference. Can't just keep guesstimating everything here. I'm gonna wipe these ears off the map. I think this hairline could also be a little bit more like that. Want me to send a bunch of pictures of Pancho and Radar? Nah, that's fine, man. I'm just gonna pull up some images online. I don't. It's. I'll just gonna look at them quick. Cocker Spaniel ears. The way you said Pancho makes me want to cry. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, they start way higher up. I think that's sort of the issue here. Hmm. I don't know if that's working. I don't know if that's working, guys. I think we gotta choose an ear design that's gonna suit the character, not so much try and match the character to the or try to put any ears on him. You know, I'm trying to think of another creature that has big ears or interesting ears. Animal ears. Animal ears. Rabbit ears are interesting. He's just gonna look like an elf though if I do them like vertically like this. I don't hate it though. Just do a sheep. I'm gonna bastardize some words in French. As long as it's not poutine, I think we're gonna be fine. Why not sheep ears? They just kind of felt a little flat. I don't know. Like sheep just have sort of like weird blocky ears, right? Like they're just kind of something like that. Poutine, blasphemy. Poutine, Poutine. It's funny. French Canadians call Vladimir Putin. They call him Vladimir Putin. It's very very funny to me. I don't know. Like they literally like even like politicians call him that. Okay, I want to add some color to these guys. I want to fix this guy's ears though. I don't really like this ear. I'm just gonna do a real quick like flat color pass. Let's do. That's a good color. Let's go. First of all, we're gonna go very desaturated. We're gonna make this guy like a grayish, I think. No, that's too dark. He's a rat. Everyone on stream wants this to finish. Go Twitter, follow, and retweet. I want to see it go viral. I don't think it will, dude. I've posted a lot of stuff on Twitter. It will. Okay. I mean, I don't even really like it that much, to be quite honest. They're okay. They're okay. I'm not very happy with them, but they're quick, you know. They're just kind of to get my mind off of animating for a little bit. Okay, next guy is gonna be like an orangey. And go a little more saturated, a little higher value too. I should do this on another layer. Coloring in the lines is overrated, guys. It's not really about the quality. It's a high school sketch, but the idea will work out. Every epileptic favorite song, is it? Is this every epileptic's favorite song? It's a little dark, too not readable. If you know, you know. I don't know. I've never heard this song in my life. I'm just gonna try and speed paint this as fast as I can. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Merge with layer below. That's what I wanted to do. It's not a meme or anything, but diazepam is what epileptic people get after seizures. To not get another right after, it's a chill pill. I do like the idea of it being called a chill pill. That's funny. Are you muted or just tired? I mean, I'm just focusing. We can't hear you. I'm not talking. I don't have a whole lot to say right now. There's times, I feel like there's times in the stream, especially when I'm rendering or I need to focus, that I'll get a little bit more quiet. It's not that I'm trying to ignore you guys. I just don't have a whole lot to add in those moments, you know? If you've got stuff that you want to say, feel free to ask it and I'll answer. But sometimes you just kind of read the vibe and you're. You can go a little darker on that. I can make him talk, and I just randomly answered you in voice. In voice. Speak French. Make it jiggle. Oh my god. The fucking wombo combos, dude. Ok, en ce moment, ce que j'essaie de faire, c'est j'essaie de placer comme mes tons de base. Aussitôt que j'ai décidé comme les tons de base, je vais comme je vais peinturer au-dessus des lignes. En ce moment, je fais mes peintures en dessous de la ligne. Euh, c'est juste pour savoir si comme les placements de la source de lumière et tout ça, c'est quelque chose que je suis confortable avec continuer avec. Sinon, ben, je vais essayer quelque chose d'autre. Mais pour l'instant, je pense pas que j'aime les couleurs vraiment. Il va falloir que je change peut-être les niveaux de saturation ou même les tons de base avant de continuer, mais je sais pas. J'ai pas encore décidé. J'ai besoin d'un poisson dans mon oreille pour savoir ce qu'il est en train de dire. Ah, ok. Ben, je pense pas que les. Y a-t-il beaucoup de poissons français? Ok, je pense que ça fonctionne un peu mieux. Je sais pas. Anyways, I think it's been about a minute, roughly. And we're tittied up. I need a fish in my ear, so if you know what I mean. I have no fucking idea what you mean, dude. What? You need a fish in your ear? Does this have to do with the song? I assume it does. I'm not very good at like modern stuff. I'm actually like so out of the loop on most things. Smooth, looking smooth. I think this is a little weirdly saturated. I don't know if I like that as a bass tone. That has nothing to do with the song. The fish in the ear. I thought it was just like a meme song. DJ Frisky. Have you read or watched The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I actually haven't, but I know the meme with like the 42 or whatever. I know that meme. We're gonna switch this to red. We're gonna desaturate it a bit. I watched it, but I can't remember. The translator fish. Oh. Okay, I get it now. Kind of. This would work a lot better if there was a dark background. I think I'd be able to see my values a little bit better. It's a little difficult to paint on a white background. The values just don't read as well. Let me try something here. You know what? Fuck it. Hmm. No shot. What the fuck? Is it because it wasn't connected there? Really? Oh no, it's not connected there. That's why. Gucci, Gucci, Fendi, Louis, Louis, Prada, Prada, basic bitches got him, so I don't even bother. That's all I heard with the last song. Is it boy? Is it the Boy Kisser song? It might be. We are listening to a lot of meme music right now, though. I feel like I listen to this shit all the time on like I see this on like Instagram reels and stuff. This doesn't need to be super clean. I do need it to be a little darker though. Hmm. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it the way it was. We're gonna use this background to sort of darken our values a little bit. I just want it to be a lot darker than what it is here. The stream is so chill now. I like it. Yeah, well, this usually happens, Frisky. If ever I start getting like really like painterly or focused on stuff, it gets a little bit more quiet, which is fine. I don't mind it. Well, it lets me focus a bit, so I'm not complaining. I guess it could sound boring if all you want is like high octane fucking jokes all the time. I think for longer streams, there's always going to be sort of a bout of a little bit of silence. You know, it's just sort of bound to happen. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm painting on the line layer. I should lock that. I mean, I'm usually the one making waves. Well, ever since I came, and now I'm just chilling. Tell Toothpaste to come over again? No. We get busy on our end every now and then, too. That's right. I hope you guys are drawn, doing your work. All right? Damn ads. Damn. Install ad block. Imagine not having ad block. You guys all have ad block, eh? Ad block doesn't work for me on Twitch. I don't know why. I gotta decrease the saturation in the lines. It's been a while since I painted. I'm also terrible at like black skin tones, which is why I'm kind of trying it right now, just because I normally fuck them up pretty hard. So, good thing to practice, I think. I'm embroidering, and I've only picked myself like 5 times. Pricked myself 5 times. Damn. You try VPN. What are you embroidering, dude? Canadian adblock sucks. That could be that too. Never mind 6 times. Oh my god. What are you making? All right, I gotta lurk. Keep finding myself distracted, and I really need to get these out. Have a good stream. Peace out, dog. I need to pee, Snack. How long have you been not peeing? Kind of sus, not gonna lie. You're reminding me I should drink some water. I'm gonna go grab some water. When we just ran ads, eh? Tragic. You guys are gonna have to live without me. Give me a sec. I'm embroidering the edge details for a cosplay, which is just a bunch of straight lines. Yeah, which cosplay? Lindell from Ancient Magus Bride. It's just taking forever because I have to keep moving the hoop and I don't have my good one. I see. I looked him up and definitely would. Yeah, but you would with everyone, dude. Fuck. Arden Ik Iv T. What a name, dude. Welcome in. Welcome in. Not true. When I played Smash or Pass Pokemon VR, I actually had a pass. I had a couple passes. Oh wow, okay. My bad, dude. I didn't know you gained standards recently. Impressive. Dude, this song is depressing as shit, dude. What are we listening to? I'm not sure I'm liking the yellow tone on the nose here. It is a true story. Ren pays respect to his dead friend who he didn't manage to save when he was younger. I believe it. A lot of Ren's songs are on the sadder side. Tragic. You guys like sad music? I don't think I have a preference, like, personally, but just caught me off guard, you know? All the songs we've been listening to have been like Japanese or whatever. And then the one I can understand is just like so depressing sounding. I'll give you an awesome upbeat song. All right, hell yeah. One more bluish tones in the base beard here. We're gonna literally just go full on blue down here. That might be too much blue. Too much blue. Let's go a little more gray on that. Imagine saying that and you just put on Violet's tail. Is he lying to me? Frisky, surely you would not be lying to me. You would never, right? Not you. Okay, it's almost time to start painting over the lines here. Almost there. I just want to get little bit more logical sort of shapes in here. A little bit more fleshing it out. More saturation on that now. Okay, time to just start painting over. Let's do that. Pumped up kicks. Should I play bullet? You guys are hella depressing today. Go crazy. Do whatever you want, guys. I mean, within reason, obviously. I'm choosing to trust you guys. It's too much. Too much, too much, too much. I overdid it. Fair, I only heard it because my brother. What are you guys talking about? Pumped up kicks? That one's a classic, dude. Is it Jace from Arcane? No, I have no idea. This is just a random dude with puppy dog ears. I think it'd be a little too dark for Jace. I know that they have a similar face shape. Yeah, they do. They definitely do have a similar face shape. That's not intentional though. Just kind of coincidence. This is just from imagination. So I probably maybe in the back of my mind use that as reference. I think he's got too much chin going on here though. I will say. Also, considering Snack isn't a gamer yet knows Arcane, you worked on it, didn't you? I certainly did not. I never worked in 3D animation. I worked in 2D animation. You wouldn't tell me even if I was right. That's true. Are you a gamer at all? No, I'm not actually. The whole like occasionally gaming thing in my bio is kind of just like a bit. I don't play video games at all. That's why my video game redeem is so goddamn high. These colors are weird, dude. Why is that? Never enjoyed it. No time. No, I used to play a lot of video games. Okay, and the reason I stopped playing video games was I was a big stoner. I did a lot of drugs when I was younger, and one of the habits I had was I would like get high, and I would play video games. And when I quit smoking pot, I had to basically change my habits around, and like video games were one of the things that had to go basically for me to be able to like stick to not smoking weed. And I started replacing a lot of my habits, which is when I started drawing. So it's not that I don't play video games. It's just that I don't play video games nearly as much, just because I don't know. I just ever since I stopped playing video games as much, I just haven't had the interest. You know. That's wild because what I do when I smoke weed is draw. Lumino. What up, Lumino? How you doing? Huge respect. I would have never guessed that. Damn, I love your Sona's lore. This isn't. This is my IRL lore. You were doing drugs? Oh yeah, a lot of them, not just weed. But yeah, I stopped smoking pot when I was like 22, but I smoked weed. I started real young. Like I started smoking weed when I was like 12, which is very, very young. And I became like a daily smoker at like 16. And then I just kind of was like going nowhere with my life. So I was like, I gotta do something, you know? What the hell? Yes, sir. That is sick. Sure is. 12, yep. I can't tell if you're being dead ass or not. I swear on my life, dude. I'm not making this shit up. I was just sort of like stuck in limbo. I didn't do anything with my time. I just sat around. I'd rip the bong, and I'd watch anime all day, and then I'd play some video games every now and then. Played a lot of Gary's Mod. Yeah, I just like I was just wasting my life, and so I was like, you know what? It's either I'm gonna be doing this forever. I was working at Subway at the time. I was like, I'm either gonna do this forever, or I gotta do some drastic changes. So I sort of cut off a lot of my friends that were like stoners, and I just sort of like tried to quit. And yeah, I eventually like got back to hanging out with those friends, but it was like long after I had like sort of kicked weed. So I haven't smoked weed since I was like in my early 20s at this point. So it's been almost 10 years. But this is a real story. I'm not making it up. Oh, like that. This guy's a little too fucking. He looks like handsome Squidward, dude. I don't really like the direction he's going. That's insane. I would have never guessed your story's this cool. Good job. God bless. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, things have been going pretty good for me, so I'm not. I think it was one of the better decisions I made in my life. It's hard to like. I live in Canada, right? So it's like everybody has this like habit of really, really aggressively defending being a stoner because it was illegal for years, and so a lot of the people who do smoke a lot of pot, it bugs them that it was illegal, and so there's a lot of almost religious like behaviors around pot. And so it's a little unpopular. I'm not anti-weed. I don't give a shit if people smoke weed, but I do think there's a degree of caution that you need to have. I think people assume too much the weed is like non-addictive, and it's not that it's like you're not gonna start fucking sucking cock behind like the Dairy Queen. Well, maybe you Frisky, but most people aren't gonna start sucking cock for weed money, you know. But like in general, like weed is just sort of it just sort of it changes your habits in a lot of weird ways that just can is very easy to stagnate your life off of. That's not easy for everybody to admit. Glad you turned a better leaf in your life and hope you keep it up. Speaking as someone with an addiction history of my own. Yeah, well, that's another thing, right? It's like it does sound a little silly to be like, yeah, I was addicted to weed. 'Cause it's like it's fucking weed, you know what I mean? Like it's not like when you quit weed, you're at risk of dying, you know? It's not like alcohol withdrawal or like heroin withdrawal or anything like that. So it does feel a little silly to attribute like addiction to it, but the reality is it's like if you're doing it every day, you're doing it before work, you're doing it before you do anything. It's like habitual multiple times a day, you're always high. It's like, yeah, it's like addiction, it is what it is. But I would suck cock for money 100% if somebody actually wanted to pay me for it. I know, dude. You don't have to reiterate it. I know. Trust me. I didn't smoke weed till just before uni, and honestly, I wish I hadn't. Not necessarily because I think it's bad for myself, but I realized that the people who introduced me to it, as well as the environment I was in, was pretty toxic. So I did get rid of my friends for the most part, and I smoke a lot less than I did before. Although I recognize I definitely should kick the habit. Yeah, that was it for me too. I mean, I'm still friends with those guys, but it's just like there was the reality was The habits and the activities we did and all that stuff, they were not the healthiest things in the world. I mean, we just played Smash Bros mostly all the time and got high and ordered pizza, and then we'd go to work. I worked at Subway, right, and then it's like I go to work, but I just wasn't progressing in my life. Nothing was changing. I was always doing the same shit every day with no ambition. I'd have a lot of goals for myself. I was like, I'm gonna start drawing. I'm gonna learn to draw. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and then I just never did it because I would just like rip the bong and be like, you know what, I could do that tomorrow. And that was just like a repeated pattern where I would tell myself I'd do all these lofty things, and then I never did. And I started recognizing that as being more serious. And I was like, look, man, if I want to get anywhere in my life, develop any sort of like skills, I need to sort of like lock this in a little bit. And that's when I sort of made the decision to quit. Also, my mom started smoking cigarettes, and I made a deal with her that if she quit smoking cigarettes, I quit smoking weed because she hated weed, and she did, and we both did. So quitting cigarettes is way harder though. Nah, I'd suck dick for nicotine even if it wasn't available. Damn, dog. I think you guys just like sucking dick. I'm getting the hint that that's what's going on here. I don't think we need the drugs really. This looks so fucking weird to me. Depends on the person, but I'm not much of a bottom anymore. Wow. Started from the bottom, now we at the top, right? Is that what Drake says or whatever? I don't know. I don't consider it silly at all. I've met some people in rehab who dealt with serious weed addictions. Yeah, I'd say mine was pretty serious. I tried to kick it a few times and it never really worked. It took like 5 or 6 times. And then when I stopped, like I had really bad night terrors. Because one thing that weed does is it suppresses REM sleep. So if you ever like feel like weed helps you fall asleep, you're lying to yourself. So weed like alcohol is a sedative. So what it does is it actually just shuts off the part of your brain the like you fall asleep easier, but it's basically you're anesthetizing yourself, so you don't actually get the benefits of sleep when you use drugs like weed or alcohol to fall asleep. They will knock you out, but you don't like you could sleep fucking 9 hours putting yourself to sleep like in a drunken stupor, and you're gonna wake up feeling like shit and like you barely slept. It's because you barely slept. You were just unconscious. And what happens is when you quit weed, your REM sleep comes back in like aggressive, like full force. And so for weeks, I just had like night terrors. I would wake up in like cold sweats in the middle of the night. That was like the worst of it though, and then that was it. Everything else is just like you miss the habit, you miss the sort of. There's times where I'm chilling on a like beautiful cliffside in a nice cool like temperature, and I'm like, man, this would be the perfect spot to smoke weed. I mean that's gone away now because it's been a long, long time, but I will say that I kind of feel like that right now in regards to art. A lot of the time I'm into it because I love doing it, but it does feel like my ambition to be an artist is somewhat hindering my ability to do things that might offer greater returns. So it does give me a bit of anxiety, especially since I find it hard to make a solid plan for how to make money from art. Yeah, like real. If we're having like a real talk, I would say art. Man, it sounds harsh to say this, okay, and this is just my experience. I think art is better relegated to being a hobby, and a hobby that you pursue with the ambition of turning into something that makes you money. But if your goal is to be a primary artist and not have a secondary job, it's gonna be a life of instability, dude. I mean, that's why I left animation. It just wasn't stable. Getting laid off every couple years is I can't live like that at 31, And so I made a call and I left. But if you want to keep talking about this, please take away the boobs. That's a good call, actually. I really fucking hate how this is going right now. How did it look like before? I do feel like I get a lot of people who come into chat and they're like, "Hey, I want to be an artist. I want to improve my art. What should I do?" And I have no issue supporting people and encouraging people to become better artists. But I think if your goal is to come in here and be like, I want to work in the art industry. I mean, I've talked about this like a billion times now. But if your goal is to work in the art industry, there are realistic expectations you should have for work stability and work life balance and all that stuff. Like you're gonna be overworked like a dog if you work in animation, and you're probably gonna be laid off every year and a half to 3 years. That's just sort of the state of the industry right now. Doesn't mean it's gonna be like that forever. I know tons of people at the work at the studio I used to work at that have been there for 10, 20 years, and they exist, okay? So it's not impossible. I'm not saying you are fucked if you decide to do this. That's not what I'm saying at all. But you got to stick out. You got to it's competitive, man. You got to be really fucking killing the game. I mean, I can't quit smoking cigarettes. The problem is that I don't really want to if I want to quit, but I know I'll consider I'll consider sucking cock if the cock was nicotine in the desert miles from all nicotine. I'd suck it, even the smelliest unwashed dick. I think you might be addicted to cigarettes, dude. Just call it a hunch. You reckon? Somebody get this man some nicotine. Stat. I really don't like this. Just feels so flat for me. I don't know. I do need to do more like painting studies, I think. Needs the stubble. I mean, I just gotta get the eyes feeling right first before I do anything. If I can't get the eyes right, there's no point in really continuing this. He doesn't look manly enough. I mean, I don't know that I'm necessarily trying to make him look manly. Don't you love twinks, dude? Why are you getting mad at him for not looking manly enough? That's the right thing. I got a call the other. That's the thing. I got a call from the other day from my uncle trying to convince me to get a degree in radiology. Keep in mind, I already have a degree in biochemistry. I barely passed. I don't really have a strong desire to do anything other than art. looking at my skill set and personality, I'll probably be a great teacher. But I'd say it's not something I'm really interested in doing. Everything else makes me feel kind of apathetic. Yeah, you and me both, dude. I think the reality is that you gotta do something, you know. And your main thing, I honestly think to a degree, having a main thing that you absolutely fucking hate can kind of be a benefit in a way. I hate my job, guys. This is not like a big secret here, okay? I talk about how much I hate my job all the time. But I think that gives me the motivation to do other shit. Because then I take that energy and I'm like, God, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And I do like art or whatever. But I mean, it's like bittersweet because I recognize that I'm never gonna make like a sustainable living. Well, I mean, I probably could. I'm never gonna get to the point where I have more control over my life via art than I do through like my current employer, you know? So it's, I don't know. Still looks like shit. I feel like if you make your hobby into your, sorry, if you make your hobby into your job, that'll no longer be your hobby. I mean, yeah, no, I definitely much preferred back when I was working in animation. Like, I like that work more. It's more fun for me. I enjoy it more. Working in where I work now is just like not. I don't know. I get no satisfaction from my job. The issue is when I was in animation, I was working like 60 hours a week. I couldn't afford to buy a condo. I couldn't afford to do anything. Like I lived in my dad's basement, and it was like, all right, well, this is fucking miserable, dude. Like I gotta do some other shit. Like I can't do this forever. I mean, I could go rent and just get like a shitty apartment with a roommate, but why the fuck would I do that? Especially if I'm gonna be laid off in a couple of years and then end up back in my dad's place. The industry doesn't give a fuck about animators. It's just the truth, you know. And or if they do, they don't do a very good job of managing their own finances to the point where they can actually keep you through turbulent times. That's probably more realistically what it is. It's probably not like a malicious thing. It's probably more just has to do with the fact that like you know the studios just they just don't have they don't have enough of a margin to survive the tough times, and so they have to do mass layoffs. Which I get it. I would rather have a studio that struggles and hires everybody back when they can than a studio that shuts down because they try and keep everybody and then there's no jobs in that industry. You know, but it's like that's not an industry that I want to be in for the rest of my life. I can't be doing that forever, you know. So that's why I'm doing it as a side thing now, and maybe one day it'll become something else. But I don't know. It's very depressing, but it is what it is. Uh, Aqua Oddities says I'm working a full time. I'm working full time to do art on the side. I love my job, but hate the people. My goal is one day to work part time, then focus on art. It keeps me going. That goal, unfortunately, due to the current administration, my job is being affected. I'm off for the next 3 weeks, so I want to lock in art while I job hunt. My current one is absolutely obliterated. How you feeling? Congrats on the breast reduction. Oh, thanks, dude. I was like, who got a breast reduction? I was like, oh yeah, that's me. I got the breast reduction. I'm good. I mean, I like me. It's the opposite. I love the people I work with. Hate my job. And the thing is, my job doesn't even stress me out that much. It's just like I just don't. I don't know. It's fucking boring to me. Like I sit there staring at the clock all day, being like, God, I fucking want this to end. This looks so muddy. I hate this so much, dude. I don't think this is salvageable. That's true. I guess passion and hobby is different, and drawing is just a hobby for me at the end of the day. What I get from my where I work now is stability and good money. Where what I got from animation was satisfaction and just like knowing that I like what I do. And it was very bittersweet when I decided to leave. And I think I wish there was a middle ground that was like realistically achievable. I just don't know that there is, you know. Make the eyes white, yeah, like pure white. Eyes aren't white though, by the way. They're not. Like if I made them white, it would look weird. It's just like it looks so unnatural. Eyes are usually an offshoot of like skin color. My painting strokes are just kind of like chaotic and they make no sense right now. I think that's sort of partly why it looks so weird, but also don't really like the chin shape. He has no ears either, but hope that isn't I hope that my job isn't obliterated. There's a lot of drama in education. On the chism I have. Oh the chism. Oh the chism I have. The chism. Oh right, man. The US just loves keeping people down. That's true. Cheese me? I don't get it. I don't get it, Aquas. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too dumb. Chisme equals gossip in Spanish? Ah, that's probably why I don't get it. Speaking of another language, I have to speak French for a minute now. Il est quelle heure en ce moment? Il est 4h50. On va continuer à parler jusqu'à 52, je pense. Ouais, donc en ce moment, j'aime pas vraiment la manière que je suis en train de peinturer cette face. C'est juste, c'est pas quelque chose de comme, il y a pas comme, il y a pas de beauté avec la peinture en ce moment que je suis en train de faire. C'est juste, ça me paraît un peu comme, je sais pas, comme mélangé, comme muddy. Je sais pas comment expliquer que le sentiment que mon dessin sent muddy en ce moment. C'est pas vraiment très français de dire muddy. French Canadian, oui, je suis français canadien. Ma mère est française, mon père est anglophone, donc je parle les deux langues, euh, heureusement. Je trouve ça un peu difficile de maintenir mon français juste parce que tous mes amis sont anglophones, donc de plus en plus, je trouve que je parle des mots, puis je parle mon habilité de parler en français, mais oui, en général, je me considère comme complètement bilingue. Euh, Slay, my partner's French Canadian too. Excellent. C'est le fun à entendre, I guess. Je sais pas, c'est vraiment difficile à parler en français sans vraiment avoir un sujet. Comme, j'ai aucune idée quoi dire en ce moment. Et si tu faisais une minute de japonais comme tu as envie d'entraîner, non, ça serait, j'aurais rien à dire. Comme vraiment, si je parlerais en japonais, ça serait comme bonjour, mon nom est Snack, mon nom est Snack. Ou j'aime ça, j'aime dessiner, j'aime lire, j'aime faire ça, j'aime faire ci, j'aime blah 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 blah. You know? Okay, it's been about a minute. This hardens my nipples. Maybe I'll never do it again with responses like that. I work in the library 15 hours a week. It's pretty nice. I talk anime, DC, Marvels, and comic and cosplay with some of my coworkers. Who thought people working in a library would be nerds? I think everybody would have thought that, dude. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna darken it a lot more. Oh my god. It looks so bad. Let's just throw some orange in there. Let's see what we can do with some oranges. I feel it feels like very lifeless right now. That's sort of the issue that I have. Honestly, I love a job like a library job, something quiet and chill so it doesn't mentally burn me out. When I worked in hospitality, dealing with people was so jarring that I'd get home and immediately shut down and do nothing except for watch some bullshit or anime. That's sort of what I did too when I fucking worked in animation. I had no creative energy left at the end of the day. Oh shit, I totally forgot I have a buddy coming at like 5. I should probably end stream soon. I may have to abruptly leave at some point. God, I'm really bad at like dark skin tones, dude. So bad. Dang it, I poked myself again. Send help. Where do I put my thumb? Well, stop stabbing yourself, dude. There's something comforting about knowing that I'm not the only one who has internal conflict about pursuing art. I mean, look, man, I'm pursuing it. I'm never gonna stop pursuing it. I've just kind of resigned myself to the fact that I'm a crazy person, and I think you kind of have to be to keep doing this, especially like if you want to get any sort of degree of competency, you have to sort of be a little insane and push yourself to do it. And I think being a crazy person is a good thing when it comes to improving in art and also working in the industry. The issue is I'm also kind of rational, and so I recognize that I'm making my life a lot harder for no reason, and so I have fallbacks and ways out. The issue is I don't like them. That's all. I finally got to 14 seconds of my Sukuna versus Jogo animation. Oh hell yeah, dude! Well, you should post it in the Discord whenever you're done with it or whatever. I'd love to see it. Not gonna lie, I spent so much time here. I really want to subscribe, but I got no money. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I make like nothing off of Twitch. I think this month I literally am making $50. Okay, so it's not like I'm not here for the money. If you can't subscribe, I'm not. It don't matter to me. In fact, you should use ad block because ads suck. Listen, I don't have to deal with a dead body or domestic violence disputes like I did in my last job. It's immediately an upgrade. Okay, yeah, fair. That'll do it. I put it in the server for progress so far. If you want to see it, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, I'll take a look, dude. I'll take a little look. Honestly, your name is accurate. Jay can indeed animate. All right, let me take a look. Let's see what we got. Oh, hell yeah, dude. It's looking nice. Go for that Sakuga look. I dig it, Jay. Keep it up. You're killing it. Okay, I can't fucking deal with this guy anymore. I just can't. I don't like the way he's looking. We're gonna move on to a different character. I'm deleting all of this shit. I'm raging out on this guy. I can't do it no more. I can't take being bad at this. We'll come back to him another day when I feel like practicing darker skin tones. We're gonna do her. I had to keep an eye on my phone. My boy's gonna be here soon. Let me do. I'm gonna try something a little different than what I normally do. I'm gonna try and paint with specifically flats to start, just to get sort of like the shapes. I don't normally do this, but I've been struggling today a little bit. It's a little weird. You love this song? Hell yeah. Where is my light source coming from? I wonder. I kind of want it to come from back here. That seems really complicated though. But we'll try it. Fuck it. This whole section here is probably just going to be in shadow. I joined your Discord. Praise me. I'm so proud of you for something, I'm sure. Dang, you said there was their father never did? Yeah, that's right. Raid 27, how you doing, big dog? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Trying to think. If I'm the light and I'm hitting from the back, I'm probably gonna see a little bit more of like all this. Or hitting from the side. This is probably gonna be shaded. This is probably gonna be shaded. I don't really know. This is a very tricky lighting angle if I'm doing something from the back. Well, this is going to be shaded either way if the light source is on the top. This whole area is probably going to be shaded. I see you're drawing new pieces of art. When you're drawing characters and stylized, do you ever get worried about the design being stiff? Oh yeah, all the time, dude. All the time. That's why I start with like gestures and I do things as loose as I can first and then I tie down from there. I feel like that's the best way to avoid getting like a stiff drawing. Yeah, something like that for the lighting. Like the light source is sort of hitting here, and then this here at the back here is probably going to be. I mean, we'll make the ears red. Pro tip for embroidery: use embroidery needles, not a sewing needle. Embroidery ones are sometimes duller and don't hurt as much. But wouldn't you want like a sharp one? Because then it's like a lot easier to sort of get shit done. Because I feel like if you're fighting like the needle's sharpness, you can't like stab it properly. You know, I feel like that would slow you down a lot. How loose are we talking? I'll show you. One sec. How loose are we talking? I mean, if we're looking at, I'm trying to think of an illustration I did when I started. Not this one. There's definitely here. I'll go to. Let me pull up something that I did a while ago that I know has like a base underneath it. This one. This was like an old file that I never actually finished. So I never finished these, but when I was working on these, I think my rough was like really fucking rough. Let's see if I can find it. Mm, what is this? No. Uh, what fucking file did I do this? This is so old. Give me a second here, guys. Let me turn the layer with the lighting or the upside down girl. No, cat girl. This is it. Wolf girl. So as I undo these, you can sort of start to see like the layers I work in a little bit. I gotta find the line layer though. That's the issue. No, no. I know I have like a shitty line art somewhere. No. I really wish I had a better example here. I can't find the layer I was working on when I was working on it. Ads? Okay, I see that. Oh, this is about to crash my shit. I don't know what the hell's in here. I turned this folder on, and now my shit's about to crash. This is gonna be rough. Okay, nothing happened. Okay, this is a bad example. There's nothing there. Open. Let me see what else I can open. What about this one? Sorry, you said you critique my thing. Will it be okay next time? Oh shit, I completely forgot, Zija. Yes, yeah, 100% I'll critique your thing. Okay, let me pull that up. But like this is sort of like how I start off. Very very loose, very rough, and then I tie it down as I go. Let me pull up Zija's thing. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. You are right though. Fuck. Mythically Malaki. Yeah, that's why it's sometimes it depends on the fabric and what you're doing. Cross stitch, and I already kind of have the hole, so you need a so a sharp one isn't entirely necessary. The main difference between the two is actually size of the eye for the thread, to which the embroidered ones are typically bigger and longer. Samsung ad, crazy. Ads are up for another 30 seconds, and then we can get back to yapping. I'm gonna pull up Chija's thing real quick though. Okay. Are we back from ads yet? You better make it up to them. I'm critiquing. I'm going into it. Okay, I mean, I think it looks great. There's like, honestly, it looks really, really nice. I think there's some anatomy issues in the arms. Are you, by the way, you're back? Okay, yeah. So what I was saying, when I sketch, I'm usually fairly loose. Like with these ones, I think there are probably, I don't know if there are actually older versions of this one. Let me see. No, I don't see it there. I can't seem to find older sketches. I'm worried I like flatten them out, but usually it's very, very loose. Like if I took my pencil here, the pencil I normally use, the Ksum Soft Sketcher for stuff like this, anyways. I would like literally just go in and go like crazy loose like this. Like I would just do something like this till I get like a general shape of what I want to do, and then I would just sort of tighten that down from there. Like if like I could sort of see somebody like pulling a rope, maybe something like that. Very gestural, very loose, and then I tie it down from there, and I go through waves and waves and waves of tying things down or whatever. Okay, Jija, we are going to give you a revision. I completely forgot. I apologize for that. If you were in the ads, I'm very, very sorry. Let me pull up your thing real quick. Oh, there it is. I already pulled it up. Okay, never mind. So I think honestly, Jija, it's looking good. There's a lot working here. I think it's a big improvement off the last one. I think there's just some anatomical issues. Mostly in like things like the collarbones here. So the collarbones, oops, I'll draw on a new layer. The collarbones typically, also use a different brush, typically have sort of angularity to them. So I see that your collarbones are very flat here. That's not usually how they work. So the way they work is they have a curvature to them, right? Something sort of like this. So if you were looking at it from the top, like let's say there's a rib cage here, okay? The rib cage or the collarbones sort of like have this curve to them. Almost like bicycle handles. You can think of it like bicycle handles. They kind of straighten out and then they curve in like this, like a bike. Right? And because of that, you kind of want to show that roundness in your drawing. If you show the roundness, it'll help sell the realism a little bit. So doing something like this, it shows that it's 3D now. And then what that does is you'll notice because of the way the shoulders attach, I believe the shoulders partly attach on the arm, on the humerus. They also partly attach on the collarbone itself, and they attach on the shoulder blade. Oh, my buddy just texted me saying he's close. Give me a sec here. So because of that, I would bring these shoulders back a little bit. You can still make them nice and slender like you have here. But I think having the shoulder blades be a little bit back in space would make more sense here. And also this arm, I think naturally would just sort of sit back here, and then you can also have the arm come out like this also. I think that would create a stronger gesture going through because you're just sort of creating this negative space that sort of flows a little bit better, in my opinion. This shoulder here, I think you can also sort of bring back a little bit. This is a very slender creature, so I'm going to try and keep that in mind when I'm showing the proportions here. Make sure your wrists are a little bigger, okay? Every time I see you, like your drawings, this was another common mistake you made, wrist size. Your wrists tend to be a little on the smaller size. Okay, so wrist size. Sorry, I was texting my buddy. He said he's almost here, so I'm gonna have to disappear in like 2 seconds here, guys. I'm not gonna nitpick your hands too much. I would just say watch your wrist size because they're very, very thin even here. Even on like thin characters, you'll still have some sort of like mass to the muscle or the bone. I mean, I think I'm gonna bring this in a little bit. I really, really, really like this though. It looks very nice. I think the butt would be a little farther back, even if it's like very long and slender. Is that how you draw the shoulder? Yeah, there's basically three heads to a shoulder. So if you have your bone here on your arm, this is your humerus bone. I believe a lot of these heads, the middle head attaches there, and then I think it also attaches up on the collarbone. The rear delt at the back here attaches to the scapula in the bone, and then the front delt I think is also sort of like that, and it creates sort of this. They all sort of attach up also onto the collarbone, and so you get sort of this diamondy shape if you want to simplify it, you know? Chest going through here. I'm just drawing this through just to get an idea of sort of the anatomy and the structure. Okay. Unfortunately, I gotta go, guys. Ziza, I'm gonna continue this the next stream. I'm really sorry. I just have to go. Like, unfortunately, I did not expect my buddy to show up this early, and yeah, I gotta go. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna dump you guys in Glad's chat, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Fine, thank you anyway. I'm sorry, dude. Just completely forgot, and unfortunately, I'm out of time. But I will send you this for now. Watch your wrist size, and you could probably tweak your anatomy a little bit. The anatomy is just a little off because of the wrists, sort of the shoulder popping forward a lot, but the shoulder's not terrible. It's just a little bit forward. I do think it's looking really, really nice though. Okay, guys, I'm gonna dump you guys in Glad's chat. I will see you tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. See you there. Bye bye.